Good morning. Today is 12th of March 2025 and we're going to be racing today. Today we are going to be racing at Sandown. Now, this is the only picture that I could arrange and this is through Google Maps. This is how the track looks like. Now, this track has two tracks in it. One is the hillside, which is this side of the track. And the other one is the lakeside, which is this side of the track. This is probably one of the most difficult tracks in terms of the architecture, the arrangement, and the distances. Today we have the races at the hillside. This is the side. So this is where we're going to be racing. The last finishing mile is about 491 meters. It's one of the largest distance that I have seen in Australia. It is, we've got 8 races here. This track we have raced last year sometime during this time. And we are going to be racing here after probably a year or so. We'd gone through a crash after, and we do not have any track data of this particular track. But I do remember racing here, and this place is one of the trickiest places in Australia. Why? Because of the straight. The 490 meter straight is one of the steepest. The shape of the track is not one of the best. It is not one of the worst. The ground rating is good today, but that's the challenge in this track. And things do work in a very, very different way at Sandown. And we're going to be racing here. We'll see what we can do here today. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing 5 days a week, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing, and once we have identified the best horses, we try and take a look at the horses at the paddock when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that the horses that we have chosen are all looking good, we stick to our picks, place our bets. If we find that there are circumstantial changes, we do make changes with our picks and then place our bets, or we step out. It's horse racing, so we need to be vigilant. We need to be making quick decisions, and decisions that are in favor of us. So that's what we try and do. I've got 3 tabs open in front of me. The first one is where we get to see the feed. The second one is RaceNet, where we take a look at the scratchings and the odds. And the third one is Top Sport, where we take a look at the winning numbers. So we'll take a look at the first race today, which is here at Sandown. This is the first one. And 7 and 9 has been scratched. I've already made the markings. I'm going to take a look at that, and I'll share my thoughts on this. The feed should be up. They're saying it'll be up 5 minutes prior to the races, but that's how Victorian races are. So we need to wait till then. We can take a look at what's happening at Wyong.
Often throw his head up in the air and what have you, but he seems to be in a good space at the moment, this guy on screen.
Alrighty, I am with Cartwheels as well. They're equal favourites now here on the QOP, both at 270, and she is the favourite on the tab. They're at 260. So she looks great. She has had a number of weeks between runs. I don't see that as a problem. Obviously, Matt Hoyce is very, very familiar with this lady, and he'd have her just right here today. And I actually think, now because we're down to such a small field, she would be more likely to follow Voracious in the run here, I think. It's not a crazy tempo because she's gone into barrier 3 now.
Yes. She's got a good little turn of acceleration on her too, doesn't she?
All Hello Tide's drawn, she does, Maxie, just drawn inside her. So I think she'd be in front of him. So she could lob the fence behind the leader, maybe?
Yeah. It looks like, if you're doing the map on paper, it looks Voracious from 1 ahead of Bias from gate 4. And then she might be able to just take that box seat spot.
Yeah, why not? But her win was very credible at the Sunshine Coast, given she does love the Sunshine Coast. But here at this track, she's only had the 3 starts for a win and a third as well. And the most recent start here was the stretch for her at the mile, so very forgiving of her on that occasion, but still only beaten 2.5 lengths. So Cartwheels it is for me over Voracious. I put Bandashar in and All Hello Tide in the mix there as well. 9, 8, 1 and 3. All right, let's get to Ben for a market update.
Yeah, so in terms of what's changed, $2.60 equal favourites now, which does surprise me a touch, given what we're seeing with that fixed odds. So we've got Voracious, $2.60 in Cartwheels. I thought by this point Cartwheels would be outright favourite. I guess that's the trend. We do still have 1:20 to go. So in terms of holds, it is clearly the best backed runner. What are we talking? 2.5 times more than Voracious. And still the same price. But one did open up considerably longer than the other. Obviously, Cartwheel's opening up around the $6 mark and Voracious $3.40 first thing today. Beyond that, guys, All Hello Tide is $5 out to $7, and Valentino Rock is kind of held at the price. So nothing really beyond those.
All right, thanks very much, Ben. They will be starting to load up here shortly. We do think the favourite is going to be the leader here. We think the second favourite, Cartwheels, won't be too far behind. Maybe Bias, you mentioned, Maxi up there. Or maybe Bandashar might be. It's a bit tricky for him.
Yeah, gate 7. Yeah. They throw a bit of a spanner in the works, the smaller fields, don't they?
They do.
Because normally he would just, from gate 7 in 12 horses, he'd just go back and try and slot in. But yeah, 7 of 7, I'm not sure. He's remained pretty solid at 650, Bandashar. But they've been having a game of, seesaw? Is that what they used to call it, seesaw?
Do you like the seesaws?
I'd love to see
Did you used to get off sometimes?
Yes. Yeah, and the person on the other
Yes.
get thrown to the you-know-what house.
That's right.
So it was Voracious, and then Cartwheels went favourite for 10 cents, but it's back to Voracious right now. It looks as though he's going to run the popular elect over this girl.
And here's David for the call.
Still $2.60 the pair, Voracious and Cartwheels. They've had a fierce battle for favouritism. And at the moment, it's dead heat as far as that's concerned. Bandashar joins them. They're locked and loaded, ready for the 5th. The red light on. And the racing. Jumping in a good line. Voracious, one of the favourites, the best to go, and is able to go to the early lead. Tarex and Valentino Rock both pushing forward. Cartwheels will land about 4th or 5th, and on the inside of it was All Hello Tide. And Bandashar and Bias out to the tail. Again, like several races run so far today, the tempo only fair as they hit that first turn, 1,000 left to run. And Andy Jones has Voracious travelling smoothly up in front, but Tarex, nice and handy, trailing by a length and a quarter. About 2.5 away third, Valentino Rock. Outside of All Hello Tide, 4th the fence. 2.5 to Cartwheels, ridden patiently by Boris Thornton, and 2 behind her were Bias and Bandashar. 6 lengths span them top end to tail. They run down the side to approach the 600 metres. And Caroline's All Voracious' ways and a good run in front. Tarex still that length behind it. Third All Hello Tide, improving on the inside as they turn for home. Then Valentino Rock. Now Cartwheels pull to the outside. Gives Voracious about 3 lengths, but starts to eat into that margin. And gaps to Bias and Bandashar. Voracious hard against the rail as the leader. And currently holding them at bay. Valentino Rock trying hard. Cartwheels is only fair at the moment. It can't reach Voracious. And down below the 100, it's only Olive Stable up for the treble so far. Voracious all the way. Beat Valentino Rock. Third was All Hello Tide. Then Tarex Bias. Cartwheels failed to flatter. And Bandashar always towards the tail.
Yeah, she could be Sunny Coast specialist, but all honours to Voracious, rolling along in the lead. Tarex took that second spot, so again, in these smallish fields, we've got one controlling from the front and slipping away at the top of the straight, hard up against the rails, which we like to see.
All right, this is what I have, and this is what's going on. So if we look at the odds, that's 4, 11, 3, and 10. Here is 4, 11, 3, and 10, out of which 11, 4, and 3 are within the rails. 10 is the one which is the maiden, one of the best maidens, and it's placed right after the linear, which means this is going to get, this is an EW position, but that's an EW position. Now this track is kind of a track where we have tried. Last year we raced here rigorously, if not rigorously, even then we have raced here quite a few times, and each time it was we experienced something very strange at this track, and it was very difficult to figure out what was going on. And today, but it's not that they play foul. They do not, I don't think they play foul, but this track itself is a very difficult place because of the steep straight of 490 meters. It's almost 500 meters straight. And so how does the linear works? The linear works on a 400 meter straight. This one works on a 400 meter straight. The largest drifts, they bring in a position when it is 400 meters plus on a straight. The rails, they do give advantage to the horses when they're racing. So if we look through the rails, the 11 is the first one to go out, which is a filly. It is one of the highest drifts. It is one of the highest drifts. And this is right after the linear. This is right after the linear, so this one is an EW position. Now the question is this 3. The 3 is a colt, and it has the highest torque. It has been tested on this ground. Sandown, it had races. It actually got through. It won the race, and it has been tested on this 490 meters. It's tried and tested here, but the favorite is the drift, which is the largest drift here, which is a gelding. Why? Because probably it has league races. It has 2 league races, out of which it actually got 1. The 11 has a lot of advantage. So I am not going to be putting money on the first one. We will see what happens. 3, I have a lot of indicators on 3, but 3 probably is under a lot of pressure because it has just 1 race, and the handicapping is huge, wherein these 2 horses, they have advantage over this one. 10 is an EW position, so 4 and 11 in between, you're looking at 10. Having said that, there's this one which is going to run neutral. I generally stay out of neutrals from winning on a 400 meter straight. The logic is this, that they do not have any advantage through the weights on a 400 meter straight. But the same logic will be a little different here when it is a 490 meter straight. This essentially means that this horse is free. It do not have any baggage. It is not carrying excess weight. It is carrying exactly the same weight that it should be carrying according to the body weight of the horse. So this horse has superb advantage, the 1. So we will look at what's going on. I'm going to be taking a look at the first one on how they're playing. The second one also probably. Once I have a little clarity, I'll explain more on this. But as of now, the 4 is the favorite. The 4 is the drift. That's a drift. And that's the largest drift. If that's the tendency of the track, then we are looking at all the drifts which are coming through in the next races. That's the thing. 3 is the linear. It should win. It's a good horse. It has been tested here, and it should win. We'll take a look at what's happening. 11 has a lot of advantage. 11 and 4 has 2 of the best jockeys. 3 may not be having one of the best jockeys, but that's how it is. So we'll see how it goes. 4 is the favorite. 11 is the one with the rail and the advantage through the rail. 10 is the EW and 3 is the linear. 1 is running neutral. We'll take a close look at 1, what it does.
Went to Warwick Farm after that over the 1,400 metres and was beaten 2.5 lengths by El Costello, who then went on to win a Group 1 later in that preparation. So the form looks strong. Couple of quiet trials leading in. I've got her on top.
Accuser is in the market, having run number 2 this preparation. Here is the 6 for Nathan Doyle and Ash Morgan.
Yeah, easy to make a case for her, given her first up run. Hawkesbury was very good, finishing third behind Inspired Star, only beaten slender margins. The little niggle I had in the back of my mind was that she has failed a few times on rain-affected going.
Number 7 is Exo Thrill. Peter Green here, combining with Grant Buckley.
I wouldn't be surprised if he ran a cheeky race. He was okay at Canterbury first up, and then at Hawkesbury last time out, got back to the tail of the field, and he was picking them off late at the end of the 1,100 metres when 6th behind Our Little Star. Might be looking for further.
Number 8 is Lucky Monkey, 101 chance in the old for Karen Outside and Winona Costin.
He probably needs to improve on what she showed us here at Wyong last time out over the 1,200 metres behind. Fixius beaten around 6.5 lengths. I was happy to risk her today.
Slam Dunk TAB number 9 is an $8.50 chance, just in a half a point from earlier today for Kylie Gavanlock and Molly Fitzgerald.
Yeah, I get the feeling that this fellow is ready to win one. Whether it's today, I'm not sure. His last couple of placings have been good at Muswellbrook and Scone. He's got good tactical speed, so from gate number 2, he won't have to use a lot of energy to be up near the pointing end, and I'm sure he'll be there when the whips are cracking.
And the locally trained mare is the last of them, number 10 in Yes Kiss for Wayne Seelan and Zach Waddick.
Yeah, this man's got a little bit of speed. She utilised that last time out here at Wyong, went forth behind me in Bondi. I thought she boxed on well to be only beaten 3 lengths. Still looking to others.
Riders up about to head out for the third event on the program. So favourite here, 190, is Pipperita. In fact, make that even money as the market updates. And Cusa and Dare to Fly are equal second elects as being currently stand. Speaking of Dare to Fly, lining up is this filly at start number 4 for Gerald Ryan and Sterling Alexio. Gerald's here and is now with Mick.
Oh, Gerald, she's an interesting filly. I saw her debut there on the Kento. I think it was a good run. I thought she might have been able to break through by now. What are your expectations today?
Well, I think Kim can stop back and hit the line good. She showed a lot of unusual speed at Warwick Farm, unsurprising. So I was going to be going to 1,300 after that race at Warwick Farm, but I sort of ran back in another 1,100 metre race so I wouldn't get her over race and teach her to settle a little bit. And she hit the line quite good actually, and she's gone to 1,300 today, and there looks to be some speed in the race, so she can get back off the speed. I think she'll find the line good.
Do you think she's the kind of filly that if she wins one, she might be able to work through the grades?
I think if she wins, lose or draw today, we'll give her a break. It's the first race in preparation. We had 2 trials and now 4 runs, and I think we'll give her a break, and we've got this idea that she can good tracks, so give her a break and get her back to the back end and win them.
All right, best of luck, mate. Thank you.
There he is, there's Gerald with Dare to Fly. So now 460, just as that market updates again. Pipperita, even money. The one they're backing is Impusa, who this morning, $5, now into 420 with the fixed odds. So now into your second favouritism goes Impusa, but Nathan Doyle, that filly by Hellbent. And off the others, $8 Slam Dunk, who has been a firmer, went 90 to 850, now an $8 chance. Mick, off to the gates they go, race number 3, over to you for the late May.
Yeah, look, I'm going to go with Pipperita on top. I thought this was a pretty tough race to get a handle on. 5, 4, 1 and 6 are my numbers here. Going with this Piorata filly. I know she's got a little bit of scope, and I just thought her couple of runs last preparation, they were both pretty sound. She looked pretty good in her latest trial as well there on the Beaumont, where she was chasing home okay. Her debut run here at Wyong was quite good. Finished fourth behind Lilac, and we saw a lot of good form come out of that race. Then went to Warwick Farm and was only beaten 2.5 lengths by El Costello, who went on to win a Group 1 Sprint Champion Stakes. So I just thought she might be the one that's on the up and up. Kerala I've got in for second. Looks the best roughie in the race to my eye. Didn't do a hell of a lot there at Port Macquarie on debut over the 1,000 metres after being slow away. Got out to 1,200 last start here at Wyong with a better jump. Hit the line well, went second behind Fictius. Kim Warren and Jay Ford, they're always hard to beat when they combine. 1,300 metres looks ideal. One Dare to Fly. It's been racing well since debuting on the Kenzo recently, finishing third there behind a Royal Commodore. We just heard Gerald mention, showed a lot of speed in that race when finishing sixth behind La Roja at Warwick Farm, and was only beaten 2.5 lengths there, and back to the 1,100 last start, found the line well, went fourth behind at Written Scandal. So looks ready for the 1,300 metres now. I can see why she's tight in the market. And 6 Impuser, I might have had a little bit higher up in the tips had we been dealing with a dry track. Finished third to Inspired Star first up there at Hawkesbury, and what was a really good run. I just look there on the CV. There's a couple of failures on rain affected going, which just worried me a little bit. 5, 4, 1, and 6.
First winner today, Tahina. Did lead. In fact, the first two that have led have both won. However, Media Frenzy in the first race came from a fair way back the previous race. There was a big gap between second and third. Shambretten just held off the lines on favourite In Extreme Diva as they get around to the gate. So he went soft 7 to a heavy 8 after the perfect, expected to include race number 1 on the program. So favourite here, just having a look, this market goes back into odds on $1.85 Biparita. So got out to 215, now back into 185. Second elect to confuse the best, trying to beat the favourite at $4.20. Up to $6 now, Dare to Fly, after being $3.60 this morning, and $8 best of the others is 9 Slam Dunk, who's in a point. Connor Gamelock's been having a good trot. She has got Magog, who's looking for 3 on the bounce, going around a bit later.
Yeah, that's right. Stable is having a good run, and I can see why Slam Dunk's been kept safe for a couple of reasons. Certainly in very good form, couple of placings since resuming from a spell. Has got good tactical speed too, gets gate 2 and no weight on the back, so you can understand why this 3-year-old gelding's being supported. You know he's going to be up there and out of trouble, and if there's any chinks in the armour of a couple of these at the top of the market, he might be the one that can take advantage of that. And he's got the benefit of a couple of runs under his belt, and should be ready to peak third run back.
Okay, so Saturday, of course, in Sydney, the last chance to get into the slipper with the Pago, and also the Magic Night, Far Lap Stakes and the Coolmore Classic at Rosehill Gardens this coming Saturday. There's got plenty of racing in between that. We've got a race coming up on the Kenzo tomorrow. On Friday, there's a big meeting at Kembla. And then on Saturday, we go to Gosford. And, of course, the big meeting at Rose Hill, and Muswellbrook's in between that on a Friday as well. So
yeah, look,
happening. There's
plenty of form to do, isn't there? I know you and I will be going to Muswellbrook. I'll be doing the form there for Gosford on Saturday. And from a country perspective, I'm looking forward to heading out to Canamble on Sunday for the Western Racing Association Country Championships. I'll be joined by Greg Radley out in that part of the world. And
I think you might like to amend that. You'll be joining Greg out.
Well, that's what I meant to say.
Yeah, you certainly did.
You didn't have to pick up on
I'll
it.
let that get back to the coach.
But I'm looking forward to getting out there. Gallant Star will be very hard to beat in the Country Championships at Canamble.
$1.70 now, so Pepperita best backed. Filly, Bucky Rada, who hasn't raced since bumping into El Costello, bumped into Lilac. That was a hot maiden that day here back in August. 2 trials, comes here first up. And Anna Roper doing the steering now into 1.7 with the fixed odds. As they load up well, you've got the late mail numbers 5, 4, 1 and 6. Here is race 3 as we go up the loop.
So 1,300 for race number 3, a midway maiden. The starter is coming down front. Pipparita still to move in, and a Roper back in the saddle here today at Wyong. A couple of weeks suspension. rides his favourite for local trainer Sarah Ryan. He's had a couple of meetings back. In comes the favourite, 170 Pipperita, as we're just about right to go. Lucky Monkey about to move up to the outside stall. Yes Kiss, Slam Dunk, Exo Thrill in there with Empuza. Just about ready now. Now they're racing, and Pipperita seem to get away evenly as they lead up at the course.
Lewis, welcome back.
Fly with Slam Dunk. Pipperita's about fifth, settling down. And Pooza's racing third. Exo Thrill the outside, marching forward, being followed by Yes Glenn midfield. Then Reigns at Paws, Carrala, followed by Yes.
I'm okay. I'm okay, Lewis.
Slam Dunk going
Surviving.
Leads by half a length on Dare to Fly. Exo's Thrill the outside. Then in
How are you?
it's the third and fourth the inside now, followed by the favourite Pipperita in a good spot, fifth, one off the rail. Then Yes Glenn being followed by Reigns at Paws, Carrala, Yes Kiss, and the last one was Lucky Monkey. They're coming up towards the home turn. Line of three up front here. Slam Dunk from Dare to Fly. The outside Exo Thrill and Pooza waiting on a run. Pipperita is easing toward the outside as they turn. Slam Dunk the leader. Pipperita's coming around them 3 and 4 wide, and Pooza's going for a rails run. In the straight, here comes Pipperita. Out wide with Empuza the fence. Exo Thrill boxes on, but Pipperita's hit the front. And Pooza's trying to go with it, but Pipperita's in front near home and too good. Anna Roper back in the winner's circle on Pipperita. Scores from Empuza second, Exo Thrill third, and fourth in that goes to Slam Dunk. Back behind those, Reigns at Paws, Dare to Fly, Yes Kids, and Lucky Monkey with Carrala. Favourite too good.
There certainly was, Luke, back into 160 at the jump, and Pipperita, who sat behind the speed. I thought just for a stride or two, and Accuser got that split over on the inside, was going to make things interesting. She matched motors with the favourite for as long as she possibly could, but Pipperita, when nails her late in the piece, Exo Thrill winds up in third spot as at a price, and Slam Dunk, who led them up, was fourth. Favourite gets in, it breaks through at start 3.
Yeah, nice performance. I think we'll see her continue to improve as she goes through this preparation. 1,300 metres, I think, will probably be short of her best, but she's just had a beautiful run in transit. We had 3 across the track, matching motors, and Anna Roper just had this filly by Pirata just positioned in the perfect spot, and she's let down nicely. She might have just been knocking off on the line, but she did enough to score. Super run from Empuza. I'd be sticking solid with this filly by Hellbent. I think she'll go close to winning next time out. We've already seen her perhaps not perform as well on rain-affected tracks, so the fact she was able to sprint so sharply on a heavy 8 today and really give the favourite a scare, I think that all bodes well for her winning a race in her next couple of starts. Exo Thrill was pretty good. I think that's another horse that you can follow as it continues to get out over a little bit further as well. But it all ended well for favourite backers in the end. Pipperita winning for Sarah Ryan, and a lovely ride from Anna Roper.
Favourite gets in by 3/4 of a length with 1.5 between second and third. So 3/4 by 1.5. She'll be breaking through at a third start today, and she did so first up from a break here. 6 second Empuza, Billy by Hellbent, 7 third Exo Thrill for Peter Green and Grant Buckley, 9 winds up in the 4th spot. And that was Slam Dunk. 1:19.31 at the overall time, last 100 metres of 35.71. 35.71 the last 100 metres. Sarah Ryan, the winning trainer. This filly, who got a lovely run just behind the speed, she was just a bit too good.
Yeah, she is a lovely horse. I always have a big opinion of her. She's just been, learning her craft a little bit. And I thought she'd actually need this run, just especially when I went to heavy 8. But, Anna gave her a lovely ride and couldn't.
Yes, it looks like the sort of filly, the more racing she does, the better she'll get in terms of the confidence as well.
Yeah, exactly. She doesn't really know what she's doing yet. She got a little bit lost at the front there, but home track always helps, to the finish line is.
Great job.
Thank you.
Sarah Ryan, winning trainer, and Anna Roper, the winning rider, taking out race number 3 on the program. Anna, a filly that looks like she's still learning what it's all about, but she's got some talent.
She definitely is. She's got a really good attitude though, like high barriers and everything. And she settled really nice early. When she hit the front, she certainly had to think about it. Wasn't quite sure what she was doing out in front, but she'll put it all together and she's been a source of time.
She's got through the wet track, but was she happy on it?
I don't think she absolutely loved it, but she got through it fine and she did a really good job.
Great job.
Thank you.
There's Anna Roper taking out race number 3 on the program. So 119.31, 35.71 the last 7 metres, 3/4 by 1.5. Numbers here 5, 6, 7, and 9 on race 3.
Second appointment, then it's improved form for a race like this. I think it'd be improved to be Mr. Lance. She was back right about the pattern last run out, but really played Steve.
All right, that's Sandown.
Running there, Global said no knocks at all, Vic, by Belvedere last time out might be better for it. There's 4 chances, not much between them, off to go on top 4.
I'm going to go with Brian Fitz on top here. I thought he presented it beautifully today. I was quite taken by his career at his first start here recently. I do think that he's got a bit of a baby brain still, and he should have learned a lot from that first experience. He did run really well on that occasion. He's come through the race seemingly very well. His coat's beautiful. Has had the benefit of race experience now, and you'd expect him to sharpen up a little bit with the benefit of that. Hot to go was great, does need to put his stand up and win a race. And I did think Miss Alexis, she got a star next to her name as soon as she walked in the yard. I think she presented a beautiful hit.
John, welcome back. Yes, we are not starting late, John. They are starting late. Their first race is now, and I woke up at 3 in the morning. It's almost 7 hours I've been waiting for the races.
Come through that first up run here really well. He's had a nice maintenance piece of work over the weekend. It's very keen for that. Sleep is back on and up and trip is late on. Hopefully we can go a couple of spots there.
He has been racing really well, and I've obviously had a nice opinion of him. I can throw out the comment that he's just starting to fall.
310, yes. 10 should get an EW. 3, I don't know. 1 is the one which I kind of want to take a look at what happens to 1. That 1 is good. It's put in as neutral, and it's a 490 meters. Sony, welcome back, Sony. I'm going to be out in the first, probably in the second as well.
Yeah, his natural cut is the wrong ball. They've got the place. We're going to almost the first one along.
Frank, welcome back, Frank. Frank, did you get the first one? Wyoming.
Now you tower out low forward, also high in the light. We're getting close to the running of this first event. A 1600 metre maiden weight ship today to continue on the Handicapping way for a big weekend in New Zealand. One distinguishing capital by the jockey of Utah and Jordan Charles. The last couple getting set is steadfast with the Daily Lane. We're racing on a good 4 strong predicted later. And the Royal in the 9-minute position. It's down to the platform. Royal at finish. Royal at finish going in. Bit of set.
On the 3 is the linear 3. We'll take a look how it works.
Decide said bar. And lower low next by Commentary, driving on the inside with this selected. Optico steadily working towards the lead. Nobody else really wants it. So Optico is going to lead over the likewise. Said bar for the Commentary. Lower the good is on the improved out wider. Lower low next selected a quarter away. This selected McGathy Bolt here 2 lengths too far. So Optico the front runner. The first favourite by about a length and a quarter. Over the line, the second. Said bar for the third. And usual feed the best from Commentary and Lower the fifth. Then came the Lexus, who makes up a little bit of ground between horses at that stage. A length away to Multi and McGathy in last guitar. Oxygen slowed his drive off. They reached the top loop of 750 by about half length by the line. Then it came Said bar flow over the cliffs. Further back to the Lexus fit between horses. Along the inside Commentary, the big shut back that stage from Multi, McGathy and guitar. Around the corner. 500 metres to go. Optico has to stack them up. Then over the lights, Said bar behind them. Then it's the Lexus who's trying to get into the clear. From above the cliff to the outside, looks to come on too. Optico doesn't have a pin yet. They reach to the 350 by Said bar to sprint to better. And Said bar went on the front. It's the Lexus slow on the fit of the new car. Said bar below the 200 front of the Lexus coming out. Said bar to the neck.
No one stayed away. 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, man. 10 and 4.
Selected number 10. And split it up with Said bar to the final 200 metres to the contest.
No. 4 and 10. Is it 10 and 4 or 4 and 10? 10.
So that's momentarily
10, 11, 3, 6. Ten, 11, 3, and 6. 6 was the color. 6 was the gray. Ten, 11, 3, and 6.
Pre-race trainer, that strap will be Ned Taylor, horse number 2.
John, congratulations on the 10 and the 3 both.
$3 into $1.95 and back to $2 number 11. Beacon had 230 and 220 challenger. They're clearly the top two. Biano now $11, 14 now 53 Friday. It's the rest of the turn is the others. It's all greater. So 11 favourite number 2 and then a gap of 7. 2, 4, 11 5. The tips and race 4 is 2 and 6.
Eagle Farm, they're showing at Wyong. I think this is not Eagle Farm.
Excels. Yeah, copy handy soon after the start with Port River Billy and Super Zoom. Carpaccio landing about midfield, as is Optimus Maximus, but it's wide. Then Resurrected Grand Coed, and there's Ruval. Third last, a bit deep as they hit turn 1, and Iron Power and Pango the last pair. They sort themselves out, short of 1,000 left to run, and Grey Impact the pacemaker by 1 length. Simply Excel strides along in second, and length and a quarter year Comic getting a good run third at the 800 metres. One away fourth was Port River Billy and Optimus Maximus, fifth and 3 wide. Carpaccio sixth the rail, then trying to go a touch keenly. Between those was Super Zoom and Ruval. The jocks manoeuvred into a 3 wide trail, about 5 off the lead coming to the turn. And then came at the head of the others Resurrected, Grand Coed in the rail, and Iron Power and Pango the last pair. They wheeled for home. Grey Impact's had a good run in front, but now for the first time Simply Excels moves up to lay down the law and going better. Yeah, Copy near the rail, then Port River Billy. Carpaccio just behind them with the big baldy face, and here comes Ruval coming with big strides. Simply Excels in front, Carpaccio up the inside, Ruval the outside. He's normally strong, Ruval. He goes to Simply Excels. Simply Excels fights on. They hit it. Photo. It's a tight run too. Ruval or Simply Excels from Carpaccio. Then came Yeah Copy, I power passing a few, and then a bunch. Great Impact, Port River Billy, Grand Career, Super Zoom, Optimus Maximus Pangea, and a margin of Resurrected Last Home, and Ruval will probably just get
It'll be 4, 2, 1 and 18. Ruval just from Simply Excels. Carpaccio and then Yeah Copy. We're waiting to confirm that, but it appeared that he had a margin. He wanted to shift in a little bit over the final stages. We'll have a look at that head on, but that's not easy to do when that horse did that today. He hesitated at the start, and I think Kobe was in two minds. Do I stay back here, or was it a plan to try and make the position 3 deep, provided he had a bit of cover? And he was able to get that cover behind Optimus Maximus. He was 3 deep with cover, a little worse than midfield. We see them as we await the official placings.
All right, this is what I have for the second one. We know the odds 6, 5, 1 and 9. 6 is the favorite. Now, if we look through the rails, so let's first understand 8. 8 is a check, all right? The 8 is the 10 of the previous race. So if we look through the rails, it is placed right after the linear. That's a EW position in a maiden race. That's an EW position in a maiden race. You see the 10 placed right under the linear. This one is placed right under the linear. The only advantage here is this one had a little difficulty with the rails, but it looks like it went through. But in this case, that one is the first one through the rails. Then it is the others. That 6 is the favorite. It's well within the rails. 1 is the linear. There are the drifts which are not working. 9 and 5 are there within the odds. So if we look at the rails, if we look at the numbers and the gates, that's 6, 5, 6, 7. 9 is from gate number 1. Honestly, that's not the weight to carry from gate number 1. I don't know whether it'll work, but 5 is the other one which rhymes. 4, 5, 6, 7. The other one that can that is a check is this one, number 3. We'll take a look at that at the odd at the gates or at the paddock. This one, number 3, is a check, but 8 is probably in. 8 is probably in as a maiden. It is an EW position. We'll take a look. Arman, welcome back. They're showing it here, I think.
State's best riders in his series in Spain.
Yeah, that's it. He ranked him very well, and that's what we asked for today. Trying to have too many of them. Like you said, there is a long tail to this race. He'd rather be in front of him than $23.
Yeah, the magic ring of this race day, which on Saturday you guys couldn't have probably dreamed of having a better day.
No, not at all. Get 3 on the day, including 3-year-old feature. Yeah, really good effort. Great effort by all the team at home. It's a good past months. Certainly a good start to this year. So keep going.
The horse you mentioned there, Shady Thinker, he's a good line finder, isn't he?
He is. He's very sharp for the horse. Obviously, by so you'd think you'd get a horse. I'm not 100% convinced on that. The way the race is run is quite slow early, but he certainly found the line and
Really promising horse. They're just about set here. We'll go upstairs. Let's go back
Races 4 and 5. Race 5 first leg of the quaddie today. And the 3-year-old by Blue Point is a marginal favourite, discreetly blue, over the 4-year-old by the sire Bondi, Beach Pad. They have drawn near each other in the stalls. Light comes on for the Terminus Hotel Strathalbyn Class 1 plate, and they're underway. And one of the locals, Medal Quest, was the best to begin. Has it early alongside of Ambitious Creek near the fence, and now Menace 2 Sobriety rolls forward along with Glacey's Heart. Menace 2 Sobriety is a narrow leader from Ambitious Creek on the fence. Medal Quest is third on the outside of I Love This Song, and Glacey's Heart looking to get into a trailing position. 1 out and 3 back does so. On the outside of Quintillion, Beach Pad, and then Fiano now. Second to last is Discreetly Blue. 2.5, 3 back last of all is Hogan. Heading to the 1400 metres, and Menace 2 Sobriety shows the way out by 2 lengths. Ambitious Creek running solo second. Medal Quest third. Fourth, I Love This Song, and a length away to the last start winner of Panola, Glacey's Heart, and the only last start winner in the event. 2 back Quintillion, who've parked alongside of Beach Pad. The margin between that pair is a half a length. And then 2 to Discreetly Blue, 3/4 to Piano now, and 2 back last of all is Hogan. They've gone inside the halfway point, and Menace 2 Sobriety, 3/4 on Ambitious Creek. Glacey's Heart, 3 deep, is now taking closer order. I Love This Song, Medal Quest, still sitting in. Beach Pad's been given a dream run. It's travelling lovely and has room to go wherever it wants. Quintillion's under pressure. Discreetly Blue's being hard ridden to respond. It's on the back of the second favourite, but the second favourite, Beach Pad's, going much better. Although Discreetly Blue is tracking it up as they run to the 600. And then Quintillion and Hogan and Fiano now is picking up from the back. Reaching the top of the hill, and the race is changing complexion with Beach Pad now running to the lead. Discreetly Blue's been off the bit chasing for a long way, but continues to stick on. Beach Pad and Discreetly Blue, they've shot away from the rest. Fiano now, Glacey's Heart. It's Beach Pad going hard, up against the rail from Discreetly Blue, who can't offer any more, and Beach Pad, it's a double for Stubby. Defeats Discreetly Blue by 3. There's 6 in front of Piano now. Then Ambitious Creek, Glacey's Heart, I Love This Song, Quintillion, Medal Quest, Hogan, and Menace to Sobriety.
The 2 favourite Ted, the race that Cyril's turning for home in the end. They thought not a race. Beach Pad's won comfortably here, as you heard before. It's a double for Jason Holder. This one for Alan Bay and Ned Taylor. Discreetly Blue second. He's gapped the others. Fiano now third, and she's probably gapped the others. Ambitious Creek 4, 2, 11. 7.85 the time.
They're coming in with some good margins between them. I know this race had a lot of very moderate horses in the tail of it, but that was quite an impressive win by Beach Pad. He travelled beautifully in the run. He definitely travelled better than co-favourite Discreetly Blue. But Discreetly Blue was going to give him a big race coming to the home turn. Beach Pad lengthened out nicely. Jason Holder had to ask for the supreme effort to the top of the home straight. And he's come right away from Discreetly Blue, who I still think probably didn't run badly because he's beaten the third horse by about 5 or 6 lengths. I'd say based on that, Beach Pad to be able to go into town and be very competitive in the right benchmark staying race. I think he's a horse that can go through a few more grades, and like many of the Bain Taylor stakes, he's gone really well today.
Hey Ned, I've been calling the pro running this season. They've got their last meeting coming up on Sunday. If I can have a couple of quick hit-outs with the Bain Taylor yard, do you think you can get me across the line winning a stash?
Well, I certainly think if you ran next to me and Aaron, you'd be the winner. So it'll make it look good.
Hey, yeah, let's be serious, eh? Beach Pad. John just saying, you know, yes, it had a long tail, that race, but there was a lot of merit in that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Whenever you like, I'm listening. So whenever you want. Yep, it's starting to rain here. We were watching the radar. You know, there's absolutely nothing on the radar, and it said there's a forecast of 6 mil, and then all of a sudden a blob just appeared next to Springvale as if it just got created out of nothing. And we're going to, yeah. Okay, getting some news through via our freedomracing.com that John, that a bit of luck has been seen with a bit of storm activity. It's amazing for those that love watching radar. There's literally nothing on the radar, just a couple of specks, and all of a sudden a big storm cell has come out of nothing, and it's heading in our direction now. It just depends on what the stewards want to do here, because the horses have been kept away from the mounting yard so far. They're obviously 2-year-olds as well. We have some horses that have seen the track for the first time. So we're due in 11 minutes, so we'll press on for now. The favourite way is Saturday Abbey, who ran in the prelude of the Black Opal and chased far-sided there. The form did stand up in the Oval. Will it stand up here in a Melbourne Metropolitan race? She think it would. She saw barrier 1 mistake in play. She had good pace there in that race in Canberra. Cooperado, number 8, had really good speed as well. Led up the field in the Cinderella and was grabbed at the 100. Sustainable, number 6, running the Marathon on trial in October of last year. She was purchased for $450,000. She's hit a little bit of a brick wall, and then she was okay through the line behind Ramondi. I guess as far as form lines go, Shining Smile ran second and has gone on to pick a thing. Conscience, the 5 was purchased for $1.4 million. It wasn't completely knocked about. They're moving up to the threat in a Randwick trial at the Charles of Government there with Facilitate number 1. The colt who ran down at Mooney Valley on a leader's track after was the victim of a real betting with $350 after $6 that start. So it's that coming in a 2-year-old race. As I mentioned, the horses have been kept in their boxes at the moment. They're not getting towards the mounting enclosure with the thunder and possible lightning in the area. But let's get the thoughts of Mark Hunter before wire. Broadcast. Yes. So is that the 30-minute rule, is it? Yeah. Yeah. Sure. Indefinite delay. Okay, don't worry. Now, take note due to the storm activity in the area and also possible lightning in the area, we have got an indefinite delay before the start of race 2. Got an indefinite delay, Sandown, due to the storm activity in the area, an indefinite delay.
There's a delay.
See the 30-minute lightning rule, which means once lightning has been spotted, we can't do anything for 30 minutes. So we do have an indefinite delay. The race is due in 9 minutes, but that won't be happening in the short term due to the thunder that had reached us in the area. So we'll keep you posted, but an indefinite delay here in Sandown.
By
There's a delay at Sandown.
Sienna
Storm.
goes up, $81 chance here. 195 about this favourite, or Hazel. She's drawn the outside gate here. Favourite about to move up. They're nearly ready. Josh Parr getting back on board. Ella Hazel. The red lights are on. There'll be 9 here at Wyong today. Track re-evaluated after the first. So we're right to run. And they're away. Oh, gee, bit of a scrimmage shortly after the start. Faye's got flat. Then he's going to have a crack at trying to be forward here on Ella Hazel, who's par. Stormbringer away smartly, lands in front. The inside triple and pushing up, darn cute. And that's beautiful riding by Par there on Ella Hazel. He's got her in fourth, one off the rails from the outside stall. Sienna side, who are inside, followed by San Gabriel. Then Phased, and last of all was Lots to Love. Into the back straight they go. Stormbringer the pilot leads by 1 length. On in second placing, darn cute as they run down the back section of Wyong. Third was Triple, followed by Ella Hazel. Fourth in a nice spot, followed by Sienna C. Then San Gabriel Phased is second last, and Lots to Love sees them all. They put the 750 metre mark behind them, and Stormbringer leads here by half a length. In second, darn cute as they start to quicken finally. Triple's third on the inside at the 600 metres, and Ella Hazel won't have any excuses. She's poised in third now. San Gabriel taking off the outside, and then Sienna C coming up towards the home turn. It's Stormbringer just in front of darn cute Ella Hazel. San Gabriel makes a line of 4. Coming up to the turn, it's Ella Hazel now looming and hitting the lead from Stormbringer, beaten off. San Gabriel the outside, but early in the straight, it's Ella Hazel and San Gabriel fighting it out with Ella Hazel a length in front and going well. It's Ella Hazel, 50 metres to go, holding San Gabriel. Great ride, J. Parr. Ella Hazel too good. He made a good thing of that. Ella Hazel wins from San Gabriel, much better today. As for third, Stormbringer, then darn cute and Phased. Lots to Love, Sienna C, and last in was Triple.
So Ella Hazel, the money was right. Second up from a break, Josh Parr, who rides Wyong as good as anybody. Pilot's her to victory after sitting just behind the speed. He got mobile coming into the straight. And once she gave a kick, it was virtually all over. The only danger, if any, was Sam Gabriel, who tried hard. Better up to the mile today. Stormbringer, who led as expected, will finish third. And darn cute was fourth. But Ella Hazel, too good. Second run for the preparation.
Yeah, it was a lovely ride by Josh Parr. I think he was probably planning on hanging on to it for another 50 metres or so, but his hand was forced when San Gabriel made that long searching run around them, had to push the button perhaps a touch earlier than what he would have preferred to do, but she's been able to sustain a gallop and she's gone on for a strong victory, relishing the 1,600 metres today, and I think she's going to win more races. She's got plenty of upside.
Okay, we'll go back and have a look at the start to find out what happened there. I think Luke said scrappy. We'll have a look at it. Oh, gee, a couple of them got a bit of a short back and sides there. Face was one of those, and a couple of others. Well, Face was certainly one of them. That was the meat in the sandwich there. It might have been Senasai was also squeezed up. A few of them just went absolutely skew with soon after jumping.
Yeah, exactly right. There was three of them that all seemed to collide there shortly after the start, and that kind of helped Ella Hazel, the favourite in the end, because at one stage looked like she might end up 3 wide, but she was able to get across, get one off the rail, and she was just in the perfect position, ready to strike coming to the home corner. Now, San Gabriel's going to be winning a race real soon, you would think. 1,600 metres today. Steamed up into the race and just found one better on the day. Stormbringer, maybe back out to the country soon or technical speed. I thought he battled away pretty well. And darn cute's holding form nicely. Will fill that 4th spot. But Ella Hazel, well supported in the market today, wins race number 4 here at Wyong.
That is indeed the case, and she does so by 3/4 of a length with 1 1/4 between second and third. 3/4 by 1 1/4. Overall time of 1:39.02 and 36.21 the last 600 metres. As the filly wins today, Ella Hazel. Gee, she's well bred, this girl.
Yeah, she is. Three-quarter Castelvecchio. So, no, I was very pleased with that. And beautiful ride by Josh. Absolutely masterclass from there.
It got her into just the perfect spot, ready to strike, didn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And there's so much more improvement in this filly, like you wouldn't believe. So I'm looking forward to her.
Had a lot of good horses in these colours.
Well, we need more. Yeah, they're very lucky. And look, Wendy and Octavio, massive supporters of mine. They'll be sitting on the couch, absolutely delighted. And we've had a rough couple of years. You know, we haven't had too much, but I think things are, you know, really on the up. And we've got Josh and Alicia strapping us, so I better go.
You better give him a swing, good on.
Thank you.
There's Richard leading with Ella Hazel. Alicia comes in to lend some assistance as Josh gets the filly. The saddle off this filly, 3/4 by 1 1/4. He can do it all, Josh Parr. This girl wins today, the fourth start in a race, and she does so on a wet surface, 1:39 to 36.21. The last 600 metres, everything panned out beautifully. If you took the even money, San Gabriel better from him up to the mile. Stormbringer was back in third spot. Oh, you can do it all. Ride them, unsaddle them. She's a nice filly, Josh.
Yeah, she certainly is. I thought the only way she could be beaten today was if I didn't find the first four around here on heavy ground. So I found the 1-1, Gav.
Yeah, perfect, wasn't it? And you just got it mobile, and you got to move it when you had to. It all panned out perfectly.
Yeah, she's a lovely filly. She's obviously still on the rise, which is exciting. Interestingly enough, halfway around, she lost interest for, say, like a 200, 250 metre period. And then a horse come to her outside and she engaged again. So she's not the complete product yet, but you have a look at her standing there. She's a beautiful thing, and obviously bred in the purple. So I look forward to her future.
You better sit with her.
Cheers.
Mate, that's Josh Parr taking out race number 4 on the program. 9, 4, 5, 8, 3/4 by 1 1/4. You've got all the details there. And when we return to Wyong, race number 5 today, we'll kick off the first leg of the quad.
Thank you very much, Gav. Yeah, fantastic win, wasn't it, by Ella Hazel, tipped on top by Mick. In fact, made a best bet for the day. Mick Burney highlighted that galloper on Punters Intelligence on Tuesday night, and Gary Harley last night on Form Line Extra certainly made a big case for Ella Hazel. So it's a fill up for the team, and well done to Richard Litt and Josh Parr. $1.95 and $1.14 fixed, $2 and $1.10 on the tote. San Gabriel runs second, Stormbringer third, Duncute in for fourth. Quinella $6.10, Exacta $9.50.
There's a storm going on, and it looks like it's raining there. John, there's a storm. They saw some lightning, and because of the lightning, they cannot race for 30 minutes. And when I'm looking at it right now, it's probably raining there. I'll show you. It's probably raining like cows and buffaloes. Not even cats and dogs. It's like raining like cows and buffaloes. So this is going to change the ground reading. It'll this is going to change the ground reading. It'll become heavy.
Steadily worked across, and it's absolutely torrential rain. Bit where I can't see the back straight. That 1,000-metre start where the horses are supposed to be jumping from in race 2, cannot see it, absolutely cannot see it. It is absolutely pelting down on the motor track and the cars that are down there, the cars from the stewards, etc. So is it remarkable, John, to think that a lot of the racing people, we get frustrated when we hear of a lightning delay and have to wait for half an hour, but that would have hit right on starting time when those 2-year-olds were racing. So it was a very good decision not to bring the horses anywhere near the yard. Obviously, the stewards were tipped off that this was going to occur. And as I mentioned, if you looked at the radar an hour ago, there was no sign of any rain at all. So it's come from nowhere, and it's quite torrential at the moment. The one question now is if this goes away, which obviously it will, and we continue with the meeting at some point. The last race is at 7 o'clock. This daylight savings, we've got a little bit of room to move, but we're going to have to squeeze in 7 races. So That's the next decision for stewards. But at the moment, they're just sitting and looking at, well, I can only see half the racetrack at the moment. Torrential rain here at Sandown.
They're saying it's torrential raining. So that's like in last 3 days, man, we've not gotten a single track with peaceful racing. Not a single track in last 3 days with peaceful racing. This is that entire place is flooded. It's not going to be horse racing, it's going to be horse swimming. Look at that. Jesus Christ, man. I thought we'll get some good reading on this ground today, but look at what is happening. How will they race? I mean, this gives them the perfect opportunity to race business-wise, because nothing will work. Man, this is bad.
The third horse there, Dubai Legend. And Evelyn Prince, although he's been a little bit in and out this preparation, he did run a good race on the island on the first day of the carnival when he ran second. Colin Murtagh rode him on that occasion, and he's going to take the ride today.
What about the stablemate, John? Number 3, Got an Inspiration.
Colin Inspiration's had plenty of recent racing. He also comes into the race after that run behind 8 on the dot 7 days ago. He did hit the line quite well when he ran fourth there. You know that he's going to be hard to fit being a Garrett Lynch trained horse who ran last week. Caleb Crawford rode him last week and sticks with him. That's also a good sign for you.
The finally in Fina, we haven't seen at the races since running second this track and distance behind Bush Influence on the 19th of February. We spoke about them there that day, John, the fact that she had good form as a 3-year-old.
She did. She was a former smart youngster, and just looking at some of her form, even as a 2-year-old, she got beaten half a length one day at Flemington as a 2-year-old. As a 3-year-old, she came to SA and contested a couple of those black type races we have on our carnival. Beaten a length and a half at equal weights by Jenny Lala. You'd say their careers have diverged since then, but she's got some handy form a couple of years ago, and at least last start she showed that she was at least progressing somewhere forward of some really moderate form. Yes, she was beaten around about 4 lengths, but she beat nearly all the others.
Okay, the 6, Mercury Fly.
Mercury Fly is a pretty moderately performed horse. He's won 1 out of 17, and the race that he won was a very moderate distance made in Gawler going back to October. He hasn't been able to run a place in 7 starts since then. midfield effort last start behind Heaven Ben at Ballot.
Okay, the 7 Via Met, it's been going okay, and it does normally race well against Scrap.
Agree with that. She's won 2 races here at Scrap. She's only won 3 in her career. She's a mare that I think probably deserves to have won more races, but the fact that she almost always gets herself into tough positions in the run has obviously counted against her with those stats. She's a more consistent galloper than a lot of these, and I think she's got more ability than a lot of these horses. Yes, she'll need some luck in the run, but she's found a very winnable race.
What about Sophie Logan? Already with a winner today. She's got the 8 starter.
The starter, I've got some queries about whether can run 2,000 metres. He had a crack here last start behind Bush Influence, and I thought had a good enough run on that occasion and dropped out to be beaten 7 lengths. Starter seemed to be going better 3 or 4 starts ago when he's around about that mile. Yes, he can get a nice soft run somewhere near the speed, but needs to lift.
Okay, one of the locals, number 9, the Ice Cutter.
Another horse that I'm not convinced runs these trips, the Ice Cutter. He's won 2 races in his life. One was a 1,200 metre race, one was a 1,350 race. His recent form is patchy. Didn't have the best of luck on the Kangaroo Island in a moderate race that was Schmack won. Prior to that, similar effort at Oakbank. He's a horse that I've been happily taking on a fair bit recently.
Go Guru's won 4 races in her career, 3 here at Strathalbyn.
Go Golf Guru really enjoys Strathalbyn, and it's the track that she clearly does her best at. She's coming off a 4th placing behind Heaven Bev last start. I reckon that's a moderate race, but this one probably isn't any harder. She's got a lightweight after Brooke King's claim. She's at her favourite track. Probably the biggest sticking point for me is the 2,050 metres.
Lady Toucan, John, number 11. You gave Evelyn Prince a good push earlier, ran 2nd at Canola last start. Lady Toucan ran in that race, finishing 4th.
She ran fairly there. Polly Brewster has been on board Lady Toucan for a lot of this current prep, and as a result, again, Lady Toucan gets in with a lightweight. She's an on-speed runner. She actually ran quite well at Clare 2 starts ago. She does seem to go well at that track. The horse that beat her there, Vivacious Award, went the right way.
Or depends for a market update.
Well, I'd like to think I could be more helpful than I will be, because punters are divided. The Right Way and Russian Ronnie, pretty much exactly the same holds, 350 and 380 respectively. Expectant is the worst result from Tab's End, albeit at $4. So those 3 have kind of been supported, and after that it drops away significantly. If you said, Ben, you're not allowed to sit on the fence and you need to pick one that the market's steering you towards, I'd say Expectant.
All right, last couple are loading up. Any last final comments from you? No, they're all in. Here's David.
Illegal far. Red Lane 2, not at the 1,600 metre start. All set, racing. Jumped at a good line. Summer Apex to the inside, one of the first to go. Russian Ronnie, ridden with purpose early, so to the right way, run up there in 2nd. Summer Apex just easing back, being passed by Holstein. Line of Boom is going to land 5th one off the rail, 2 to Expected, and the Ruffian Deal of Humour settles in last position. They head down the back straight. They've gone through the first 400 metres, and Russian Ronnie is fleet of foot in the early part, leading by 3 lengths. Holstein was able to get to the rail and sit in 2nd. One away 3rd, the right way racing one off. 2 to Line of Boom outside of Solar Apex Park 5th defence. Length and a quarter behind that pair Expected, and 2 away a Deal of Humour last of all. Not suggesting the tempo is more than genuine as they head down the side and reach the halfway mark. 800 left to run. If anything, Russian Ronnie extended the lead to be 4 in front. Holstein in 2nd, length and a half away 3rd the right way. Line of Boom begins to make ground 3 wide. Then Solar Apex, Expected, starts to travel into the picture, appreciating the speed and the Deal of Humour, being shown the Persuader in last position and the clear last of that. Around the turn, 450 left to run. Russian Ronnie's gone fairly hard up in front. The margin is now being cut down, firstly by Holstein. Solar Apex busting into the clear. Wider of the track, Line of Boom. Expected down the centre of the track with work to do. Russian Ronnie headed by Solar Apex. He reached the lead. Russian Ronnie in for the fight though. Clear of Holstein and Expected. It's Solar Apex the outside. Russian Ronnie trying to lift. They'll fight it out. Solar Apex with the margin. And Solar Apex beat home Russian Ronnie. Expected 3rd. The right way in 4th. Then Holstein and a gap to a Deal of Humour and Line of Boom. They finished at the tail.
Solar Apex, after about 1,000 days, has caught up $6.50 and $3.30. Russian Roddy tried to lead all the way and did a good job because he rolled at a pretty good gallop. He didn't get the picnic that a lot of horses have been getting today. Expectant, running on well as he always does. The right way, sort of blew it at the start. He went up in the air, awkward, and he was awkward for the first 200 or 300 metres in a fast run down the back, so he didn't have much hope there at all. The way the race was run, Lighter Boom had 0. They went too quickly and he was badly exposed coming down the side. Holstein was up there in a nice position early, but Solar Apex kept on strongly there to get another win. That's his 6 victories. Last win was a Gosford 3 and 4-year-old, benchmark 72 in May of 2022. So a good move, Bernie, by Lindsay Hatch, who now trains this fellow by changing a few things up. The blinkers were taken off, so he had a bit of vision there. Just the side winkers on again today.
Great job by Lindsay Hatch. We're just waiting for Lindsay to arrive. Here he comes, chatting with Jess.
The runners.
Very good. I think we're just going to head back to Sandown for a second. We'll probably get another update from there.
Runners at the start and about to move up, race 5. All right, $3.50 Bush Inference, $4.20 Fiamet, $7 Got an Inspiration, $9 Apple Prince, and $9.50 Go Golf Guru at the start. Yeah, no, it's good. Bush Insurance favourite here, Kevin, at $3.50 out from $3.30, $5.50 to $4.20. Fiamet in the length firmer. 3 Got an Inspiration, 8 to 7. $8.50 Epaulette Prince, Go Golf Guru at 10, Lady 2 10 10. 13 about Mercury Flyer started. The Ice Cut at 14. I'll stick down Feed a second. It's $18 in the outsider at the moment. So Bush Insurance is the one to beat. The late money for Fiamet, and we're due to jump in about 9 seconds. All right, these runners are moving into the stalls for the running of race number 5, first leg of the quaddy today. First leg of the quaddy, race 5 is about to get underway. So I hope you've got your quaddies on. This is the first leg. And the favourite is Bush Inference, $3.70 to $3.40. There's been some late hits on Fiamet as they move up, $4.20. Got an Inspiration, $7.50. $9 for Epaulette Prince. $10 Go Golf Guru and Lady Toucan. $14 for Starter. And $15 about the Ice Cutter, Mercury Flyer, and Adfina, who ran second to Bush Inference last time here at Strathalbyn's, the outsider. So, good competitive race. Bush Inference on what it did here 2 starts ago would be very hard to beat. The market suggests that if it can reproduce, it goes into the stalls. Mercury Flyer will be one of the last to load. The Ice Cutter's drawn low with Fiamet, who's certainly been well tried late in betting. Lady Toucan standing well. Race 5. Strathalbyn, 2,000 metres plus, and they're ready. They're off. The Ice Cutter stepped away okay, alongside of Go Golf Guru, and Epaulette Prince showing his normal customary speed. Bush Inference wider out, and Starter are also pressing over. Starter in the pink from Bush Inference. Epaulet Prince is going to hand up along with the Ice Cutter, and Starter rolls over and will lead Bush Inference out of the stretch, with the Ice Cutter and Epaulet Prince being restrained to allow that to happen. And Phoenix caught 3 deep. Fear Met, midfield 3 back the fence early doors, alongside of Lady Toucan. 2 lengths away to Go Golf Guru, who's basically third last alongside of Mercury Flyer, and Got an Inspiration has dropped to the rear. Heading to the back of the course, 1,300 metres to run, and the leader is Starter, out by a good solid 2 lengths on Bush Inference, 3/4 to the Ice Cutter. Epaulet Prince running 4th 1 by 1. Fiamet running 5th, but at least 7 off the leader. Amphinus had no luck. It's 3 deep with Lady Toucan in the middle. 2 further back, Go Golf Guru from Mercury Flyer. And at the 1,000, Got an Inspiration's the last one. It's 10 off the speed, and the speed being set by Starter. Sophie Logan looking for a training double. Ben Price is looking for a riding double. And at the moment, they have the race in their hands. 2 lengths on Bush Inference, who's doing the chasing and now creeping closer. The Ice Cutter third, Epaulet Prince, Fia Met, followed by Anfina, who's now under pressure after a torrid run. Lady Toucan, Got an Inspiration, Go Golf Guru, and Mercury Flyer. Starter now followed by Bush Inference, who strode up effortlessly to take the lead and put up a margin climbing the hill. Bush Inference, Got an Inspiration, Anfina's coming again, and then the Ice Cutter. Starter's had enough. They turn in, Bush Inference in front, Got an Inspiration and Anfina. They're whizzing down the middle. Then came the Ice Cutter. Nothing else a chance. Bush Inference has run them hard, though, over the last 600 metres, and now he's starting to pull again, away again. He's a good stayer, Bush Inference. He won well from Anfina, who runs second to him again, at a price. Got an Inspiration, Lady Toucan, the Ice Cutter. Next one in, at the head of the others, Fia Met from Epaulet Prince, Starter, Go Golf Guru, and Mercury Flyer.
Effortless win for number 1, Bush Inference. Rochelle Mills riding for Byron Cosmona Senior, defeating 5 Anfina. Once we've said, runner up to Bush Inference once again. Probably similar margin. Got an Inspiration third in. Lead as a semi-winning chance, turning behind, but the favourite winner just raced clear, and it's won by a big space, 1, 5 and 3. I'll go for 1 to John. I'll leave it for you to dissect and maybe sort out 4.
Showing to be a real track specialist, Bush Inference. He loves it here at Strathalbyn, and he's powered away from about the 300 metre mark. He won impressively 2 starts ago here at Strat. I reckon he was even more impressive today because they didn't have an easy run in front. Bush Inference had to do a bit of the cart work to get up to the leader, Starter, who'd run them along. He was there to be beaten at the top of the straight, but he's come right away from them, sandwiched in between these 2 big wins by margins at Strathers, an inglorious effort where he got beaten 9 lengths plus last start. He's mixing his form a bit, but maybe he just likes being here at Strathalbyn. And Queen has been posted as second, Got an Inspiration as third. I still can't see a number for 4th. No real excuses for the big beat for grade. Bush Inference has given him a smashing.
Yeah, Gian Garner joining us after the win of Bush Inference, and gee whiz, that was almost an absolute replica of last time it was here.
Yeah, you're right, Kerry. After Oakbank last start, we went back to the board game and thought it was best to bring him back. We knew he could win again here. We were very confident coming to this race, and he just pulled up well from his last start. So I think we'll be looking at City hopefully next start.
Okay, what was the feedback from Rochelle after Roadbank last week?
He just didn't like the track. He was off a bit from the get-go. So I guess the thing with that track is they either love it or they don't, and he said no. So.
Well, it's a bit like Strathalbyn though, as well, Oakbank. They are a bit up and down. You would think if you handle Strat so well, you'd be okay at Oakbank.
Yeah, I don't know, Terry. Look, I just go with how the horse pulls up and how he responds to Rochelle. And she rode him a treat here today. We didn't give her any instructions. It was the same as last start when she won here on him. So she rode him fantastic.
The trainer, Cosy Senior, where is he?
He's at home. He's doing the afternoon shift, I think.
Okay. You got him working.
Yeah, someone has to keep him on his toes.
Okay, well done. I'll let you go and grab the winner.
Thanks very much, Terry.
There we go, Gian Garner there with Bush Inference winning race number 5. 11 ran 4th, by the way, John Lake Toucan. So Danny Pennett's got her going well. She just can't win a race for them.
she's a tough mare, Lady Toucan, and she's been up for a long time. The first start, this current preparation, was going back to March last year, and then from June last year, Danny's been training her. She's had 27 starts now for Danny, and a lot of those she's finished either close up in the placings or just behind. And again, she's run her honest race.
Okay, Rochelle Milne's just getting the saddle off. We'll have a chat to Rochelle in just a moment here. And nice to speak to an Adelaide Cup winning jockey.
Oh, the privilege of mine, Terry. It's no Adelaide Cup day, but Stratton's done me good today.
Channel 7 ran a story on you in the news last night. Was straight back to work yesterday morning after winning the Cup Monday night, mucking out stables, sweeping around the stables.
Yeah, no rest for the wicked, they say.
Tell me about Bush Inference. I just said to Gian, what happened at Oakback? And she just said, well, he obviously just didn't like the track.
No, you could probably tell by the look of him. He's a big horse with a big long legs. It's probably not really the type to like Oakback anyway, but he was just disappointing that day. I didn't really have a bad word to say about him.
Okay, this is Sandown. Finally, the rain has stopped. But it's a mess. Yeah, Frank, there's been a delay here at Sandown. Soft 6 now. Soft 6 should do. Soft 6 shouldn't make a big dent. But it was raining and they had a storm here at Sandown and they delayed the races. It's looking nice and green, but we'll see how it works. We'll see how it works. Okay, number 1 has been scratched, I think.
I do. Yeah, late scratching in the next race 2. It's an important one. Number 1, Facilitate, comes out at 4:01 track downgrade. Race 2, number 1, Facilitate at 4:01 track downgrade. If you just joined us, we've had 12 mils of rain, so the track is now a soft 6 here at Sandown.
Okay, 1 has been scratched, the linear. Here's what's happening. That 1, which was the linear, has been scratched. So everything is within the maidens. Everything is going to be within the maidens.
Yeah, mate. No, I haven't yet. No, what are they? Oh, no, I'll get them. It's okay. I should get that email myself. Yep. 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 Next 35. Okay. Well, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and the last 7 o'clock. Okay. Well, that would work. If they can make it work.
Yeah, the 8 should get an EW, John. We'll see. It's a soft 5, but
They're repeating that late scratching in the next number 1 facilitated 4:01 due to the track downgrade. New race times are coming.
the 1 is gone now. The 1 was the linear. This is going to be all maidens. I'm out, but we'll see what happens. I mean, this is not going to be good. So there's a thing that is there. I think this is the perfect opportunity to talk about it. So in the financial market, we have something that we call as whales. Now, so if you've been to day trading or financial trading, stock markets and all that, there is a thing called volume movement. Now, the volume movement happens because of because of the funds moving in from the larger companies as investments on a particular stock or an instrument, and then having that prices go high, as in terms of stock exchange, the prices will because it's a stock here, it's in limited quantity, so the prices will go high on a volume movement. But here on a volume movement, the prices go low because the quantity is unlimited. It's betting. It's just the opposite. So there is a quantity in terms of stock exchange, but here is no quantity. That's why the prices will go low. But in each and every track, there is a whale. But there are multiple whales. So what happens in horse racing in most of the tracks is you will find a lot of volume movement coming in from the whales. And when that happens, that becomes a kind of a situation which is very dicey to understand. It's the same thing in stock. I mean, when we look at a stock price, when we look at the volume movement, if the volume movement is very high, that's what all the indicators will show. That, a particular stock or a particular instrument has a very high volume movement. That means people are buying it. But who is buying is the question. Is it normal people, normal small to medium investors who are buying it, or is it the whales for their own interest? Because when the whales buy, they will set a market trend. So in this case, if you look at what's happening with the 9, so that's a very steep movement. That's a steep volume movement on 9. So it's very difficult to understand who is making that movement. Is it done by normal people who are betting like us, or is it a whale? Because if it is a whale, then there are vested interest on this horse. So they will pull out, they will set a market trend. People will look at that odd, people will start putting in money, and that money is going to go somewhere else. So that's something that happens with each and every form of trading, whether it is horse racing, whether it is stock trading, options, wherever you look at. if you've been into options trading or in, hedge funds, wherever. So volume movement is something that needs to be, if you understand what volume movement is and how that works, that's the key indicator that needs to be looked at. Who is making that investment and how that horse is getting that.
Race 5 at 5:52, race 6 at 6:20, race 7 at 6:45, and race 8 at 7:05. Our next event, race 2, is at 4:32, race 3 at 5 o'clock, race 4 at
4:32 is the next race. Victoria time.
7:05. 7 o'clock ending time. We wouldn't want to match it too far past it, so 7:05 would be a good result. Thank you.
Where is this? And what is that one doing? One has been scratched. This cannot be Sandown. They just said that the one has been scratched.
Fascinating stuff there, the history of the Newstead Turf Club. And time for a market score. Melbourne race 6 we're articulating is the favourite at $2.50 with Ladbrokes, the mid wheel at $6.50, probably about $8.50, Super Lad 10, Sponge leading our selection, best of the remainder at $11.
Royal Telephone, Royal Telephone, Royal Telephone, Super Lad, Super Lad, Super Lad.
John, the big wheel, he's 1 out of 1.
He's done nothing wrong in terms of racetrack performance, but the race he did win was a non-tab maiden race at Mildura on Melbourne Cup Day. The opposition he beat there were really moderate, and if I hadn't seen an impressive trial from him leading into this race, a very decent price. He trialled after the last at Penola recently and was really impressive. The time he ran in the trial would have won one of the races held on the day. He's won the trial by about 6 lengths. He was given a good hit out. He's an on-speed runner. I think he'll improve on what he did at his first race start.
Okay. But two articulating, you have made the best on the program. It's $2.50 with Ladbrokes.
Promising young horse who has only had the 5 career starts all in the same prep. Got his maiden out of the way 3 starts ago at Gawler. That was when the Huxtable stable opted to put blinkers on him. His 2 subsequent starts were in harder races and he was really competitive. Third in a bunch, finished behind Chutus on Melbourne Cup Day at Morpheville is good form. His recent barrier trial at Morpheville on the Parks track I thought was very promising.
Okay, the 3 Prodigal Lad resuming.
This horse has got enough ability to win one of these. Not exactly sure where he maps to. He's got a whitish gait and a 3 claiming apprentice on. He's had a couple of recent jump outs that have been solid, and as most of the Francis Kent horses are in the jump outs, they're not knocked around.
$12 for the 4 Rob the Bank.
Rob the Bank seems to go well here at his home track of Strathalbyn. He got his head down just to beat Lady of Savoy, who's a maiden no longer now. And at last start, found out a little bit behind Tupelo in harder grade. Got an each way chance, but he'd need his best and maybe a bit of luck.
The 5 Ultron finally got its maiden out of the way last start.
Start number 31 was a good one for Ultron on day 2 of the KI Carnival. Given run of race in a very moderate race, I'm going to have to lose if he wins 2 in a row.
Okay, Splash Landing's the 8.
Splash Landing's got that 1 win out on the board, and it was against a pretty handy horse, Justice Star, who ran 3rd at stakes level on Adelaide. There was about 9 lengths back to the 3rd horse on that day, so that's clearly her best race performance. Back to 1,200 metres first up, you'd probably think she needs a little bit more time, but she is quite a consistent horse, and her recent jump out was okay.
Big odds, the 9 Zugandi.
Zugandi's most recent run, which was his first for Sharon Ratch, was inglorious, so happy to leave him alone.
Okay, the 10 Prince Reichwaiter.
Prince Reichwaiter here has just got a little gear change with blinkers going off and blinkers on. He generally gets a long way back in his races and needs a little bit of luck. Recent form's been okay, but I thought others looked better.
The 11 Royal Telephone resume.
I've seen a couple of jump outs for this mare recently. She won in a small field, beating Prodigal Lad, and then faced right up against Lada Fence in a narrow finish. We know Lada Fence is a more than handy galloper. Royal Telephone seems to be going okay at the jump outs. On race form, you'd think would need to lift a little.
What about the 12, John? Super Lad.
I was keen on Super Lad at Paul Lincoln in the maiden, and he was beaten by one of the roughies in that race, Duck. Wanted to race really greenly and not really know what to do when put under pressure. Up to 1,200 is a positive, and he had trialled well before then, so I can understand he can improve off that.
Zoe Lloyd on the 13 Crown Moshe.
Crown Moshe on a 7-day back up on a pretty moderate run at Port Lincoln. Only won the 1 out of 25. That was a year and a half ago. Risky.
14 Our Selection.
Been a bit of money for this horse, had a bit of a price. Coming off an average run last start at Oakbank, but prior to that, ran well at Murray Bridge when he held ground solidly. He was going better a year or 2 ago when in a different yard, so I'm happy to take him on.
Massive price, the 15 Gilded Lady.
Gilded Lady's been struggling a little for form of late, didn't do much at all behind his purring last start at Clare, and prior to that, although not beaten far, that was in a pretty moderate race.
We know at Sandown, John, they were hoping to run right on the back of us, but there's an indefinite delay once again at Sandown. I think there's an issue with the weather there once again with lightning in the area, so horses not in the yard at Sandown. A further delay there. John, your numbers here for race number 6.
Articulating will take a bit of beating. I think he's a better horse. Put him on top.
I think they're going to abandon the races at Sandown. Indefinite delay.
Too much and went too well because he ran such good time. But I think he's a promising.
I think they're going to abandon the races.
Number 3 has got enough ability to be competitive here. I'll put him in for 3rd and Super Lad in for 4th. But I'm hoping Articulating can use this race as a bit of a stepping stone to get into some stronger events in the next couple of months. And he's very well placed here at Class 1 level. So I had to put him on top. And you've also got Todd Paddle and Mick Huxtable as your connections.
Hey, John, I'll get you to have a chat to Glenn Kent, the co-trainer of number 3 Product, which is certainly well and truly in the muck.
Prodigal Lad's been quite a consistent horse. He's coming off a short pressure, but his recent jump outs have been pretty promising.
Yeah, no, he's been doing everything right. Sort of probably wouldn't mind 1100 starting up first up, but home track's well 1200 and that's it.
They either have to reduce the number of races or they will have to abandon. There's no other choice.
Sometimes I can be a little bit messy, but I said if he jumps and no one's going forward, just keep him in that rhythm and back yourself to judge pace.
1200 metres first up, that's around about his effective distance range. Is he fit enough to run a good race over this trip?
Yeah, well, sort of questioned that with Caitlin, and she seems to think he is. So we're quite happy to go with that today on his last piece of work. Was pretty nice.
Interestingly, your home track here today, just the one runner.
Yeah, I sort of don't have too much luck here. So, and we...
also being your home track.
We sort of we've got too many running at the moment. We've got a few jumping out and starting to trial and stuff now, and just a lot of young horses in the stable. We sort of, just sort of cut the team back a little bit, which we've obviously been going on in the last 12 months or more, and just sort of, I think someone said it the other day, they want to quality over quantity, and sort of we've been sort of working on that the last 18 months or so.
A bit of the quality that is in your stable ran on Adelaide Cup. Now, what could make them super this race?
Dropping instructions, but what Jake has been working on trying to cover when she won here that day, we thought there was good speed in it, that we could do that, give her a sit, but she's been leaving and getting run down, and then Todd executed a perfect two when he over, and sort of she just jumped a bit aggressive the other day, and sort of stuck out in front, and Blake said the horse outside that was the winner, sort of, she got pretty fierce every time it was getting near, so she just didn't relax.
You'll continue with her preparation?
She's gone out to the paddock. Well, all of them have, because it was pretty hot that day. I was sort of giving them a week or so out in the paddock, and when they start looking like they're getting in trouble out in the paddock, I'll bring them back in. Yeah.
And you also have the great baby who raced at black type level. He's a really consistent animal.
Yeah, I'm hoping he's come through the race pretty good, actually. And there's a race on the 29th, I think, at Moon Valley. It's a 78 1200. We just can't find them benchmark races here on the course profit for him. So we've sort of been forced to run him in them races. And he has got some ability there, but I'm not sure he's quite to that sort of, ability.
But the ideal type to take to the valley, you can use that high cruising speed, and 1200 there, they're often just a little bit softer in terms of being able to get to the front than the thousands there.
Yeah, well, that's the race I sort of been looking at for him over the border, because there's nothing here. But even David Jolly said to me, if that's be a perfect race for him that way too around the valley.
In a couple of weeks, and hopefully a positive run here for Prodigal Lad, where he's able to take some benefit off that and be competitive in the finish.
Yeah, no.
Race 6 is the commercial hotel.
Beautiful. Thank you very much. There's Glenn Kent as the rider start moving into.
Yeah, just on Brett Davis, he's number 3 at 2, 10, 8 and 1. So 2 articulating to be 10, 3 to Rosway, 8 split landing and 1 the big wheel. And John, just back to your numbers, you've made 2 the best articulating, but you've got a healthy respect for number 1, the big wheel on that recent trial recently.
Yes, very much looking forward to seeing what the big wheel does. Based on how they rode him in the trial, he might be the leader in this race. Prodigal Lad I put him for 3rd, and Super Lad, so the lads might be able to be somewhere amongst the money. Annie Busher, who's currently out with injury, she was flying around having a quick chat with us. She was talking about the big wheel because she rode this at Mildura on that non-tap, and she said it's a big wheel gave her a good feel, and feels that he might be able to progress through a couple more grades, although he's still very new and very green.
Gilded Lady coming up in the line, it's got the blinkers on today for the first time. Articulating's the favourite to get
showing around the $2.30 mark. The big wheel, who's 1 for 1 so far, $5.50 and $7.50 about Prodigal Lad. It's about $12 mark.
Looks like Sony
about to come up to. It's in that clump of runners around 10, 12 to 1.
It's
Lad, Ultron still to move in along with Rob the Bank.
It's a helpless situation, Sony.
Commercial Hotel Strap Albert. Class 1 handicap. I know they'll be watching there at the Commercial Hotel. Staying cool. Now Ultron's coming up and it'll be the last to load. So Articulating, drawn gate 4 for top panel favourite. First up, as are a handful of runners. Race 6 is underway. Good level line out, but articulating shortly after the start. Put in an awkward step and is now clearly last. So work to do for favourite backers. Beginning best was Zoo Gandhi in the yellow colours. It's being challenged, though, by Super Lad. Super Lad, Zugandi. They run strongly together. In third position, Rob the Bank with Gilded Lady on the rail. Then a gap to the Big Wheel, followed by Royal Telephone, Crown
Gilded
Mochi,
Lady.
Splash Landing, a half prodigal lad, our selection Ultron, Rage Vader, and articulating still has it all to do.
Gilded Lady is the name.
Zugandi steadies the ship with Super Lad. They lead 3/4 on Rob the Bank, Crown Moshi. Gilded Lady is in a zip after along with the Big Wheel. Prodigal Lad and articulating wide around and trying to make headway with Royal Telephone. Rage Vader's going okay if it can get a run as they swing for home. Looks to be many hopes. Rob the Bank, Super Lad turn in from Crown Moshi. It's Rob the Bank and Super Lad. Rob the Bank going better than Super Lad. Prodigal Lad wider out's now joining in. Prodigal Lad's after Rob the Bank. Right up the fence, the Big Wheel. Rob the Bank. Rob the Bank. Got the money from the Big Wheel. Super Lad, Prodigal Lad. And then Splash Landing. A gap to Ultron, Gilded Lady, Our Selection, Royal Telephone, Prince Rage Vader. Didn't come on in the stretch, and then Zugandi articulating's back towards the tail with Crown Moshi.
Looks to be 4-1, 12 and 3 here. Rob the Bank, the winner with Connor Murtaugh riding for Shane and Cassie Oxlade, defeating the Big Wheel. Super Lad to get third, Prodigal Lad 4-1, 12 and 3. Favourite was in trouble after one step.
Favourite articulating was not well out of the gates and sent it a long way back, but Thomas so totally beaten certainly runners home at all. And coming up the hill, he was in a similar position to Prodigal Lad, who was not far away in the finish. So some work to do there for articulating. I'm not sure exactly what's happened. Yeah, looking at the head on in race 3, it's really up the straight also. Rob the Bank under some strong riding from Connor Murtaugh continues his love affair with his home track at Strathalbyn and gets another win here. The second horse, the Big Wheel, ran very well. We've seen him in his barrier trial in his race today lead. He wasn't able to lead here, and Ryder Brooke King had to wait a while to get a gap from behind them. Impressively, though, he's finished off the race well. He'll certainly win some more races.
Shane Oxlade joining us after the win of Rob the Bank. What were you thinking here this afternoon, Shane?
I thought he could run really well. I'd probably been a bit easy, only going to the 13.50 last start and a nice run on the fence, and probably didn't find the line. Thought today, I said the Connery's drawn wide, but as you go forward also, get in where you can. I don't think you'll be very far away, you know, like, he was beautiful, right? 20 being one out, one back, and then come off the back and he could ride that bloke.
He certainly can. So his first ride on Rob the Bank, was it his first ride for Shane and Cassie Oxlade as well?
Yeah, first ride for us. I had Benny Price booked to ride it, and his manager rang up and said that Dowdall had one in it that was going around and then didn't accept, and this bloke's manager rang him or sent a message and I put him on. So Benny probably won't be very happy, but there you go.
Have you met him before?
I met him at the trials in Adelaide actually the other day. We started on 3 mornings down there and had a 2-minute gap through, that was all, you know, pretty much. But that's good.
Rob the Bank, that's win number 2 at start number 10. He's a horse you've sort of always liked a little bit.
Yeah, I think he goes all right, you know, like he's a big dump bugger, taking a little bit of time, you know, like he's not the best informed horse in front, you know, he's turned out a bit. And so I look after him, but I sort of don't do
Yeah, we've got a little viewers.
PZ, welcome back. Yeah, it's not looking good. Not looking good. That place is all flooded.
Yes, we've received news from stewards, John, that a decision on the continuation of the race meeting will be made in around about 15 minutes time at 4:50, even less than that, 13 minutes. So the scheduled starting time for the second is in 27 minutes at the moment, but stewards are going to make a decision on the meeting in the next 15 minutes.
Okay, they're going to take a call in 15 minutes. That's what they're saying. They're going to take a call in 15 minutes. They're already kind of delayed by more than an hour or so. How are they going to fit in 8 races at Sandown before the sundown? And God knows what kind of lighting do they have. Probably less than that. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure they have some guidelines in place. About the breaks between the races, because they also have to take care about the fact that the jockeys are going to be riding those horses, and they need a specific time to rest. I'm sure there is a guideline on that, but Arman, Wyong. Let's see what's happening at Wyong.
Basic Dream certainly paraded quite well.
So they get dual pick of the yard honours, would they, in the upcomer?
Yeah, well,
Basic James.
I've never really been asked to be the pick of the yard before. A bit hurt by that.
Man, with your experience, you're entitled to be a little bit, dejected.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not too late. 3:20 now, Princess Swords, Westpac, just very, very late in proceedings. So this is over the 1,350 metres, bringing up the second leg of the quadding and the loading process shortly to get underway. So this track has still saved a heavy 8 since the downgrade earlier on. And that's where it will be, obviously, you would think, for the remainder of the day.
Yeah, Stuart were quick to make that downgrade, weren't they? We were on a soft 7 track. And when we arrived here this morning, and the reports back from the jockeys after the first race was that the track did feel a little softer underfoot than the rating. So we were on a heavy 8, and I think that's about where we sit. We've had a pretty warm day here at Wyong this afternoon, but with rain falling steadily over the course of the last few days, we have been unable to have an upgrade. But No real surprise.
Just wondering if they're working on one over there behind the gates. We are 90 seconds behind start time and still no sign of a move up as of yet. Whether the farrier has been called in or not, that is just slightly obscured or very much obscured in our vision over there behind the start. The 1350, which is indeed Darren Flindell's favourite starting point here at Weil, and he's unapologetic in letting us know that it is indeed his favourite starting point here. Which reminds me, speaking of Flindell, just while we've got a moment, we said at the last meeting here, I think it was when I was with Melinda, we asked Nathan Doyle about Delalar, which of course Darren part owns, and he said that he may well shortly be sort of moved on, to which Melinda and I both agreed that perhaps the pre-race pep talks that Delalar's had to go for the last 3 years, he's probably looking to get out of town and get to Rocky or somewhere as quick as he can.
Oh, dear. Well, they say in rugby league terms, you know, when you speak from a coach's perspective, you can only really have one big pep talk or blow up a year to evoke a response. So maybe Delalar just got a bit tired of the same old, pep talk from Darren. But he's been a good horse, hasn't he, for Darren and Connections?
$500,000 or so.
Exactly.
Might even be a bit more. Speaking of the coach, we've only got one coach at Sky. He'll be with him on Sunday at Canamble for the Western District's Country Championship qualifier.
Yes, no, very much looking forward to getting out to Canamble. Great racing town, and the locals out there, they really get out and to support their local club, and I'm hearing it's going to be a hot one out there. Forecast 36 degrees, so yeah, that'll be fun.
Let's head upstairs. Got the late mail numbers here on race 6, 10, 4, 5, 3 as we go to Luke Marlowe.
$4. Voting Conquer at 6, bend the knee also at 6, Magic Con 7. Looks an even sort of race this. Starters on the platform, so he's preempting the last few runners coming in quickly here. And be keen to have these off in a hurry. 1350. Race 6 of 8. And I think they're all in now. Seems as though we're just about set. Ready, off and racing now. Pretty good dispatch. Prince of Swords appeared to break nicely in his mustering speed. Magic Con also away well, and Vaden Conker's going forward. As they link up now with the 1150, it's Invade Conquer, Prince of Swords leading Senchi, Killiker the outside, followed by Bend the Knee, Pluck 10, Magic Con. Invasive Dreams, Drama Dodger, next in the run Bonus Tempest, and last was Headstock. Prince of Swords holds the front now, 800 metres to go. Favourite boots through, shows the way by half a length, Invade and Conquer. Third the outside, Killer Curve, Bend the Knee and Senchi getting a good run in the centre. 3 lengths in the field, Magic Con being worked on, plucked in the outside from Drama Dodger. Up towards the home turn, 450 metres to go. Prince of Swords the leader. Narrowly in front of Invade and Conquer, Killer Cur under pressure. Bend the Knee going okay behind, just needing a run. And at the head of the others was Senchi, rounding the turn, and Prince of Swords with a kick. Shakes off Invade and Conquer, Bend the Knees up the inside. Then Senchi, Invasive Dreams, Headstock. It's still Prince of Swords, 125 to go. He's clear, the Prince. He's going well in front. Bend the Knee tries to get him, but Prince of Swords is too good. Prince of Swords leads throughout, beats Bend the Knee, Invasive Dreams, photo for 4.
Prince of Swords, too good. Second up after a let-up. Alan Keogh combining with Olivia Chambers. And too good. I thought once Bend the Knee got the run on the inside, it was going to be interesting. But he's come again. They put a gap on them late. The son of the sword. Olivia Chambers doing the steering will defeat Bend the Knee up against the rail. Invasive Dreams will wind up in 3rd spot. And Invade and Conquer was 4th. You had absolutely no luck there at all with Bonus Tempest. I dare to say, with even luck.
It looks like nice and sunny right now. This is Sandown.
Race number 2 is due in 13 minutes time. Yes, it becomes very busy, particularly jockeys weighing in, weighing out, and also just getting the horses back and forth from the boxes here at Sandown, which are a fair way from the mounting yard. So obviously a few of these races will run behind time, but that is the plan to get this meeting run at 1.
Okay, they're going to be racing, but it's gotten nice and sunny. But what is the ground reading right now? Still soft 6.
night riding now. Has had a trial since in the same heat as Conscience. I like both of their performances. I think
So this horse was just outside the placing in the Black preview at the Cash. Stood up in the Black.
Frank 6, Eagle Farm.
Sustainable was a little bit unlucky in the marathon front. From Monty itself has tried on file and gone on to bigger things. Conscience sort of worked once, but it's jumped out well. And response to that. Yep.
Even though she's won on heavy track, so you'd think softer the better, really.
She got a little bit of a soft track at her last couple and went, good enough to do something here today.
Yeah. All right. And what about Poochek, the 12, Rob Heathcote and CJ Gray?
Yep, the former British mare. She's been unplaced all 4 runs this time in, but there's been excuses a number of runs for her. She's a bit better than what we've seen recently.
All righty. So favourite is Johnny DeWolf at $1.90.
Yeah, he's really hot. I know they do back him. This
5-10. We've got another change of time. Race number 2 is now 5-10. And then the minute increments after that. So race 3 and 5.
5-10.
5 and 6-10. Race 6 at 6:30. Race 7 at 6:50. And the last at 7:10.
20 minutes break in between the races. Back to back 20 minutes break. At Sandown.
The 2, John, a Magic Gust, it went.
And then I've got Curacan to run on, find the line strongly, and she's got Bird, his stablemate, 2, 1, 6 and 9.
I've gone though I've expressed payment, even though Johnny DeWolf did beat him, I think, some 7 lengths last time they met at that 13.50. However, he is proven at the mile express payment, and last start he probably went just a bit too hard out in front. So I think, the barrier 1's a big plus for him. Johnny DeWolf and he both have great gate speed, so I think it'll be slightly cat and mouse in the early stages of this race, but nobody needs to be going ridiculous tempos to sort of bury them. But because he draws the inside, I think he has the option to determine that speed.
Yeah, he certainly does. I can't see them running at any great gallop here. He went express favourite 1, 2 starts ago up the Sunshine Coast. He rolled along at nice sections. He wasn't overdoing it, but he took control completely and gave a good kick. But I think this is sort of up a notch on that competition-wise. I think Johnny DeWolf deserves to be the favourite here, so I'm going to go with him.
Yes. All right. I'm 1, 2, 6 and 9.
Right, you're with the 1, I'm with the 2.
Yeah.
Just quickly, the Aquas Duel for the 2-year-olds, big field capacity, and it's going to be run at 5 to 6 Queensland time, 5 to 7 in the south. Afterburners set weights race, he's drawn 16.
Oh.
I think there's only one emergency, but he'll go back anyway. And the other one, pretty dubious, he's drawn at gate number 7, probably comes in a couple. So Afterburners, $3.80, the favourite for the 2-year-old over pretty dubious at $5.50. And then what have we got? Satisfying Mugs at 7. Looking at some of the others down the list.
Up after those top 2, doesn't it?
Yeah, Boom Shanker at 7.50, and Lee Freeman's Philly Idyllic Affair not without a chance for a good draw, and Michael Rod $8.50.
Definitely. All right. Okay, we are resharing the 10 here. Tygon Prince looks as though Farrier Glen is going to be hard at work. So let's get a market update from Ben.
Okay, so even money about Johnny DeWolf, $2.60 the open, $1.85 to $2 late. I can tell you there's no reason in terms of money held with Tab for the 20 cents that they're giving you here late. They've obviously just decided to take this galloper on, because looking across the book, and there are only the 6 runners, it is the only losing result from Tab's end, and it is not a good one. In fact, it would probably be the worst result for the day if Johnny DeWolf were to salute. I don't think anyone would be worrying about Tab if it has happened to salute, but That's the tail. 3 times more than what we're seeing for Putchek. In fact, if you add up all the others combined, they don't equal what we're seeing for Johnny DeWolf. 30 seconds until go time. Back to you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Ben. All right, mentioned Putchek, Maxi 420.
Have you ever Googled what that means?
It's a name. It's a I think a tennis player.
Okay, it looks like
It's not something that arrives in the mail when you turn 50.
Oh, dear.
Or maybe it's one of the same things, but no, I think it's a sports person.
It's by Ulysses from Nova, the Invincible Spirit Mare. Yeah, she's got a chance here as well. So tactics, these little short, small fields, we've only got 6 of them lining up. As we see a hind leg, this plate being reattached to a hind leg of number 10.
So it'll be an early start here at Eagle Farm on Saturday, Maxi, very early. 11 races.
Yes, and then there is an overlap, unfortunately. I thought they might have sort of put a bit of a gap between here and Gold Coast, but obviously with so many races, they couldn't do that.
We talked to BRC CEO a little earlier, Carl the Crew, and he says there's going to be a chopper ready to cart jockeys from Doomben to the Gold Coast in the afternoon.
Yeah.
It'll be after the last, I'm assuming. I'm not sure it's a return fare. Would have to be, wouldn't it? You're going to get back.
The jockeys have got plenty. So I'm just having a look here at Saturday on the first at Eagle Farm, 10:28.
Ooh.
It's a 3-year-old maiden. They've got a couple of sort of Wednesday style races on there. They've added 3 of them to the Saturday Metro program here at Eagle Farm. So 10:28 Queensland time. There's Johnny the Wolf. He's on his 4th trainer. He started with Lindsay Goff, bought him from New Zealand. Perhaps a 2B.
2B.
Perhaps a 2B.
It was a group rats.
And then he went to Chris Wallace stable for a little while. He won a race with him at Ipswich.
Yeah.
And then he went to Victoria to, I think Georgie's brother trained him down there in Victoria. And then he's been back with Corey and Chris Muntz for only the 2 starts, where they've got him going quite well with that victory, and then running 5th last start in a decent race at Doomben on a Saturday. So he's been around a little bit. He's the veteran of only 13 starts. He's had 2 wins and 7 placings. And
yeah. He's a lovely horse to look at.
Yeah, nice big strong fella.
Very nice. All right, Glenn looks as though he's got this wrapped up. Showing Trigon Princess. Oh no, he's moved on to the front now.
Yeah, there are 2 choppers apparently. AJ has just texted me 2 choppers at 2:30 and 3:45 to Gold Coast only, so not returning.
To Gold Coast only?
Yeah.
Not returning?
No, 2:30 p.m.
What, do they need a bus?
No.
Do we need to hire a bus?
Once we get in there with whatever they want to do.
They need a van, Maxi.
Yeah, they'll probably dash off to wherever they go afterwards. Thank you for that, AJ. Always onto it. AJ manages quite a few leading jockeys, including Georgina. There is one of the hardest working riders in Queensland. She rides track work. She's based somewhere between Brisbane and Sunshine Coast. She even goes to Sunny Coast and rides some work there. And then every meeting that's on during the week, whether it's in the north or the southeast. So
great work at work.
She rides Johnny DeWolf here.
Yep, she does. So let's see how this farrier is going. Glenn, he's gone from the hind to the front of Tygon Princess. And he'll be looking to round that up. Just 6 runners here, always tricky, small fields. He is tacking away. He's also a master craftsman when it comes to making knives, this farrier.
Yes, he's brought a couple up to us, hasn't he? Yes. Getting our opinion on them, and some of them look a bit scary.
Yeah, it's like Japanese style.
Yeah. It's a big day on Saturday, isn't it? Like logistics-wise, we saw Tony Gollan, who's had a magnificent day today. He sort of didn't get here till late because he got the times through and he's trying to work it out. I think Cav said they'd accepted with 25-odd horses, something like that, in the 2 venues.
Yeah, it's a lot of runners.
Yeah.
I guess he's lucky, Tony, now. He's got that Gold Coast stable down there.
Very lucky. That's a great move.
Yeah.
Especially with more racing there and night racing like on a Friday night. Imagine getting horses from Brisbane to the Gold Coast on a Friday night in that peak hour traffic. But the same as going to the sunny coast on a Friday.
Yeah.
But he's got the luxury of maybe sending his horses down at 11 a.m. out of peak hour on a Friday to the stables down there.
Yeah,
Or indeed running horses out of that Gold Coast stable. So he's always one step ahead, isn't he?
Yeah, well, I think he just outgrew Brisbane.
Yeah, he has.
There wasn't enough stables.
No, but I think it works really well for the future.
All right, Tygon Princess has been finally reshod. She has gone $17 to $31, so she's the complete rank outsider of this field, but she does have 2 flash new shoes. Johnny DeWolf is your $2.05 favourite. Next best is Kirikan, followed by Poochek, then Kirikan, then Express Payment. Here's David.
To go for the Sky Racing plate. Last look at the tab board, 2 Johnny DeWolf, $2, 12 Poochek, 4.26 Kirikan, 4.80. Jock back aboard, Tygon Princess coming up to the barriers. Starter Shane Listers at the ladder, he's ready to release them. Johnny DeWolf, yours for theirs on the tab fixed. Tygon Princess moves up, they're all in. They're set to go, there's the red light. Race 9 at Eagle Farm is underway. They're racing. An Express Payment bounced out impressively off the inside as the initial leader. Johnny DeWolf began well. Tygon Princess will settle third behind that leading pair as Johnny DeWolf goes in outside of Express Payment. About 2.5 lengths away, Kirikan landing fourth inside of Poochek, and about 3 that she's got third last of the 6. Travelling down the back straight by the 1,200 metres. And the map working out as many expected with Express Payment leading and Johnny DeWolf just travelling along in second spot. Right behind the lead pair is the roughie of the field, Tygon Princess. She's 2 lengths away in third. 3 to Kirikan inside of Poochek and 3 that she's got third. I'd say the speed is fair, maybe a bit better than fair. Heading down the side towards the 800 metres. They've completed half the journey. And Express Payment is trying for an all-the-way win, but Johnny DeWolf is right there within a neck now of the lead-up. 2 lengths away third, Tygon Princess. Kirikan creeping up inside of Tygon Princess. Poochek will now make a 3-wide move, and she's gone third, letting it all unfold in front of her. Last of all, but only about 4 lengths off the lead. They wheel for home, 4.50 left to run. Express Payment led for home. Johnny DeWolf now asked to go on the outside. Kirikan just behind them looking for the way clear. Tygon Princess has run its race. Then she's got third, and Poochek down the outside, but only going fairly. Express Payment, Johnny DeWolf, and she's got third on the outside. Kirikan not doing enough for the moment, but she's got third, might be the one. It reached the lead, 50 to go, pulled away, and she's got third, too good. Beat Johnny DeWolf, every possible chance. Third over the line is sprint.
Seeing Brett's gone with the 7, Salute the Stars. Where did Brett right now?
1 or 2 others just lurking out the back. A Magic wants to come up, and so to Salute the Stars. Favourite is number 13, U6. That's 340, 390 about Lucille Rose. 550 now. Grinzinger Ali certainly trimming up. They're the top 3 in single figures, and then there's 7 or 8 runners all around the 10, 12, 14, $16 mark. Salute the Stars comes forward, drawn the inside gate, and looks to be the last one to load in. So the light comes on, race 7 Strathalbyn. Favourites drawn the outside gate. They're off and racing. Salute the Stars jumped well. So did Sir Mays, Lucille Rose, and a Magic Dust is rolling forward. There's a few others as well pressing on, including Shadow Express. Oh, there's trouble there. Dandino Bell got checked and knocked shut the door, and Grinzinger Ali out of contention. They lost significant ground going into the back, where Lucille Rose is a narrow leader. Going hammer and tong here with U6, who's charged across from the outside gate to get into second. Weekend Warriors now gone to third. A Magic Dust, Jay Wick, Sir Mays. In behind them, Am I the Drama? In company with We've Got a Deal, Salute the Stars. And also in that group is Shadow Express. And then a gap away, Dandino Bell, who copped some interference early with Shut That Door. And it's one of the last with Grinzinger Bell. Lucille Rose heads proceedings to the side. 600 metres to run.
U6 has come across to be in second. Weekend Warrior, and then Jaywick wider out, a Magic Dust, We've Got a Deal, followed then by Am I the Drama in a Packing Field, Sir Mays, pushed right back along the fence, Salute the Stars, coming wide, Shut That Door with Grinzinger Ali, up to the bend, 300 metres out, Lucille Rose from U6, Lucille Rose turned in front, U6 now poked its head in front, We've Got a Deal wider out, U6 darted for the line, We've Got a Deal, Lucille Rose, a Magic Dust, and then came Weekend Warrior, U6 in front, We've Got a Deal's lunging, but U6 will get it done today, and U6 won from We've Got a Deal. A Magic Dust at a price third, Weekend Warrior fourth, Sir Mays, and then the Salute the Stars getting through late with Shadow Express, Jaywick. Grinzinger Ali had some excuses, followed in at the head of the others then towards the back by Shut That Door. Dandino Bell also had some excuses, and it pulled up towards the tail with a tiring Lucille Rose.
So on the right road at Strathalbyn, U6 getting a much deserved win, locking on to
This is Sandown.
good one to come from Strathalbyn in around half an hour's time. Around about 90 seconds or thereabouts till the second event at Sandown. Really quick recap from the second event.
9658. Now the 8 has gotten into the odds. 9658. Now. Frank! 13.
They're starting to build against the Recuperato and join the line. There is a stable. Keep an eye on the line up forward. That building's on. You get better double figures going in.
Good race this one. The favourite's going to be Sassy.
Sustainable as is when the Magnus forward.
Facilitate, let's go to Macklin.
Yes, thank you very much. A lot of talk and no action, so we're up and away here for second race in the 20-minute increments. The race in favour of return. Last couple of minutes,
13 was last time on 6.
This is a sustainable out half the centre. Dump Bravo showing to the speed out of the favourite. Sassy Abbey was also showing toe. After the 300 metres, Sassy Abbey held at the front from Dump Bravo. Sustainable wide, stick back a length off the lead. 2 lengths for Recuperato, followed by Splendid Magnus, and then came out here with the Sicilian Warrior. A gap in the field into Conscience, and after all the Bush Battle. 500 metres to go, and the leader is Sassy Abbey. Outgoing it there by a length Dump Bravo. Then came out deeper on the track, Sustainable, but was still under a hold. Down to the double the outside of Sassy Abbey, out of the 300 metres, showing the winner by the length Sustainable. Conscience from a long way back out of the hand of the hills, is running on down the middle. It's Conscience moving out to Sustainable at 100. Sustainable had a kick. Conscience jumping in front of
5. 5.
Splendid Magnus, Dump Bravo, got a time which battle well back with also the Sicilian Warrior. Conscience, who was a clear second half on the point of the quarter, had made a run and the heels up the middle, but it's save off the stable who had a kick, but Conscience, the $1.4 million horse, the filly by Citadel, in times of war, has come to the line down the middle after the informed late shit. Number 5, Conscience first, to be Sustainable second, ridden by Harry Coffey from Tony and Melbourne McAvoy, and Recuperato, number 18, third, Daniel Stackhouse for Peter Galagos. Officially fourth was number 9, Sassy Abbey, after finishing them after the placings are 5, 6, 8, and 9. 5, 6, 8, and 9.
5, 6, 8, and 9. So that 9, that 9 was so heavily moved. I don't know if you had noticed last time when we were talking about it, that 9, look at that movement on that 9. It's a volume movement on that 9. That is purely artificial. That is artificial.
So that's race 2, between going to be run at 5:30, so 20-minute increments. And it really is going to be a real dash to the finish line. The next to the 6 races in about an hour and 3 quarters. To the 8 at the back. At the moment, there's no sign of winning an additional trainer. Bettor, Capper and Coleman as these horses return. Waiting 5 because they had an eye for the record ahead by a quarter 57.09 on the other side. The age up relatively well. Was able to drive through and lead the race, showed the speed that was like there to the camera, wasn't able to sustain it. Stable the second, believe it was to have a lot of talent as well. Recuperated, jumped well, was actually hitting the line this time around. He was starting to blow on the first 2 across the line. 5, 6, 8, and 9, Italy in a quarter 57.09. To the moment of 7 races on the dark. So they're going to have the connection.
8, 4, 1 and 2.
Yeah, buddy. It's secret around there. So I'm sure where the great ones are gone, but maybe if the guy that he was out here for $1.4 million filly.
John, congratulations on that EW. The 8 was the EW position.
There was a hit spare at the line. Despite 7.09, that's 0.9 side standard for a good track. So that's right. If that's time right, let's hear from the man himself like shit. It's running too bad for this. Like, congratulations. She had a big price tag and a bit of a curve on her. She's able to get the job done on the day. What's the most impressive part of the performance? Yeah, handled it really well. Lovely 2-year-old had the around for the start time, the original start time. Well,
Let's head upstairs for the third leg of the quaddie. Over the house, here's Luke. 9. The matter of whip.
2, 8, 1, 10. 1.
Couple of 1,000-metre wins recently. Softening up a bit in the market here. Late, but still second favourite. $5 number 4, Viaconi. Won the first race on the new track at Gosford. Red lights are on here. Set for dispatch. Field ready. There they go. They're off and racing now. And Gog Magog jumped away pretty well. Never Fails is showing speed. And Viaconi going quickly. He's got brilliant speed. Viaconi running to the front from Gog Magog. On the inside, Never Fails. Then came in behind them, Oakfield Badger. Iron Hat first person. A break in the field. Then 2 Rare Beauty and Meatwood. Viaconi runs to the side. 500 metres to go. 2 lengths Gog Magog. Third was Never Fails. Oakfield Badgers running fourth. Then came on the inside, Iron Hat first person peeling. Inside the 350, Viaconi trying to run them ragged. Led by length and a half on Gog Magog, just laying out a bit. In behind them then was Never Fails, first person to the outside with Oakfield Badger, then Iron Hat, but Gog Magog goes to the lead, Viaconi gone. Oakfield Badger, first person coming. Oakfield Badger has hit the lead, but first person's going to dive and got it. First person, right on the post, has got up and won from Oakfield Badger. Last stride stuff, I think, got there. Gog Magog's run third. As for fourth, Iron Hat. In behind those then was Never Fails with Viaconi who hit the wall. Then Rare Beauty and Meatwood.
What a run.
Thrilling finish. Was trying to grip on for dear life. Oakfield Badger, who eventually got the Gog Magog, and then Tommy Berry comes hard and late on first person. It'll get up on the line. The outside will win this. Chris Lees for the double. Tommy Berry arriving in the nick of time over Oakfield Badger. And third will go the way of Gog Magog. Further astern was Iron Hat, hard up against the inside. Tommy got the timing spot on there.
Yeah, you wouldn't want it over again. She was a fair way off. The leader's turning for home. We were just talking off air, and you just had a feeling the leaders would have to get tired. They were running along a little bit, and First Person was tracking into the race at the right time. Only first up from a spell off 2 trials, so you thought maybe she might have been feeling the pinch a little bit late as well, but perfectly judged right from Tommy Berry. We heard from Kristen Buchanan earlier in the afternoon suggesting that Oakfield Badger was ready to run a cracking race. He's gone under by a narrow margin. He was very brave, and Gog Magog holding form back in third spot, 8-1-2.
So First Person gets up on the outside to deny Oakfield Badger, and Gog Magog, well, he might not.
Sony, today things are going to be a little out of control. Firstly, the ground reading has changed. I don't know what it is right now. Plus, all the horses are going to be fractious. They're very irritated with the delay. I mean, we humans can tolerate because we have interest. They have no interest. They kind of are bored and fractious. Right, this is what I have for the third one, okay? This is the third one. So 8 is the favorite. If we look at the 8 odds, 8, 4, 1 and 2. So that's 8, 4, 1 and 2. If we look through the rails, those are the same horses which are there, out of which 1, 4, 8 is actually within the rails. This one is off the rails. So now here's the thing. So these both these horses are very tricky. Both these horses are very tricky. The 8 is going to run neutral, which is a favorite, and the 4, the jockey, is neutral. So what does that mean? The 8 is going to run neutral. It doesn't, the weight on the horse that 8 has will not provide this with any advantage. And this is the second race we are getting with a neutral here at Sandown today. Is it a good horse? It is a good horse, but that's a technicality. It has one of the best jockeys, but it is going to be running neutral. And this one is one of the best horse. The jockey is neutral. This essentially means this is a claimer jockey who's not supposed to ride this horse. So 4 and 8 both are tricky. And the one is the drift. So we don't know whether that drift will work. 2 is the strength, which if this was a maiden race, that 2 would have gotten in. Like in these cases, the 8 and here the 10, the 2 would have gotten in if this was a maiden race. So all the horses are tricky. All of them. Uh, that's my take. That's my take. This one is going to run neutral. Winning is very dicey. The 4 is going to run okay, but that jockey is neutral. 1 is the larger drift, which is a 6-year-old gelding. I don't know what it'll do. And 2 would have gotten if this was a maiden race. I don't know how this will get placed here. Coming to the next, these 3 horses, there is this 6 which is good. It's the linear, handicapped, and with a good jockey. The 6, it's a 5-year-old mare. It's good. The 5 has got 3 league races, out of which it actually won one of them. It is a drift as well, but smaller drift. We'll see how it works. I'm out. 2 wins. PC is on 2. All of the horses are kind of tricky. But looking at the scene, I think 2 has the best chances. If the jockey on 4 doesn't do anything, the jockey on the 4 is the problem. Otherwise, that's a good horse. But then again, it's a colt. Six. Two. Oh man.
It shouldn't matter if he gets a stick.
Yeah, no, he gets the kick. He can do that as well.
But there goes to Sherman, Peter Moody and Clark Coleman, second in the last couple of games. You know what? They've got that never mind. You want to go around sport field and something. 3 between runs jumping out well. The question has been more than 2 in the last year, and whether it down to the chance.
He's a bit fresh first up today and just sort of tossing his head around a little bit like that, having a little bit of a trance here and there, and a bit of sweat out from that. Finish lines, I feel like he's done a fair bit of work for this, but he's probably going to come down a 12 months and have a run under his belt.
It's a run like hell for the head the pre-race he must go for the first time. So, yeah, fast forward. Got a bit tired late in a stronger race last time out, but I think it's a horse that can give him, looks one of the 2 potential leaders in the race, and at her best, she would be capable of winning a race like this.
Her fate's absolutely beautiful, this mare. She looks really well in the arch. She's deep into credit to Tony.
6 is good. 1, I don't know.
Yeah,
6 is a good one.
So it was White cover there. Bit of that run here, staying in lane on. I think the Deluge was right, a big plus for this horse. So could be a sharp improver. I think one of the better winning chances, right?
He's definitely thickened up and got heavier since I saw him at the tail end of last preparation. So I know he's real surprised to see that he's been gelded, moving absolutely beautifully. Otherwise, had a bit of time with this horse.
Another runner through the range certainly won't dampen the spirits of connection with his good plans. Yeah, this would be the one to really elevate because of the fact we're down to a soft track. So he was okay in Adelaide, had his chance last time out. He was really good behind Knight 2 starts ago at this track. He's a genuine 1,000 metre horse, and he's an even better 1,000 metre horse on soft ground. He gets position to suit now, and he'd be the one that would be elevated. We've got this ground.
Yeah, deep into a preparation and incredibly fit and moving well, so he should be giving a good side.
Race 3, jumps in 2.5 minutes. Many who go the only just 3 and 4 that's not splits the race. So not one that had a strong opinion of the previous, but it is a race where we might see some nice form. We know it's pretty handy on the day. First up runs again. They come back. Michael sort of good preparation. Last through it, a forgivable run last round. Stock round, a positive stock round, a real plus for players. That's actually right in the calculations of the run, 2 start, 3 that we can win. That's how I was right up on the inside and down the main. Really tough to split these 4 here. Amy, I'm going to rely on you for that.
Yeah, another race that I have a strong opinion on, to be fair. I've landed with Life Good on top. I've always had a lot of time for this horse. I think he's going to be a lot better. This preparation hopefully be a little bit more genuine with the gelding procedure being done. But I think he presented in really nice order. He's very fit and well. He's moving well, so I can give him a nice push. Another horse looks really good as Wolflands. He's been kept up to the mark really nicely. He's deep into full preparation, and he's been really so I can't see him racing any different today.
Arriving down at the gates for race number 3 in a very open race. The Sportsbet Fast Form, so favourite, at $4.10 is last through it, ahead of Cristela at $4.20. Playing to $5.10. Experiencing 6 start back to Digo at $7.29. Genuine soft 6. Where is going to be 8 race number 3 on the program, remaining 6 races. And Alex Ross is about to load away. So it's Cristela just favourite $4.20, last through at $4.20 on OMB. Multiple Cristela from about 1,000 metre horse here. And 7 goes at 1,000 metres for 3 wins and 2 minor place now. Moving into the stalls, Cadigo is the first one forward. Cadigo defeated Patrick Coleman. Has been changed. Certainly, anything a nice one of the 2-year-old earlier with Conscience. 7 has been over the 1,000 metres. Wolflands joining them. Casella drawn out. Famous set of things with Mark Silks. That's their last through it. It's for the 3rd race here. This is and Simple Time is going to be the final one to join. Simple Time will be the last one. So for those who are joining us through our broadcast around Australia, we're a sausage here at Sandown. It's 12 mil to the right of the on. But I'm going to get up to 20 races here at Sandown. This 12 period. But Stella goes up and blink of the line of the middle set of race 3 and race into the barrel away moderately by Michael. Again, Will from road and also to the Digo. All lands at 2 bar away from the action, but is going to veer across the lead by about 3 lengths. So the last through it, the Digo, Wolflands, Atlantic, Spirit, followed by the Stella, Simple Times, they run the corner. 600 metres to go. Run like hell by 2.5 bars through it. Cadigo over on the rails. The lead is about 3 horses on the inside fence. Then came behind them Atlantic, Spirit, Wolflands wider for Simple Time, and also Casella trying to wind up. They reach the 400 metres, run like hell, coming back to them. Cadigo on the rails, Atlantic Spirit is held up. Under the limit last through it, and here's Wolflands the outside. Cadigo boxes on at 100 for Wolflands, and last through it, still Cadigo. Cadigo in front, Cadigo. Cadigo won it by 3/4 of a length, and Atlantic
6, I think. Is that a 6? Is that a 5?
$3 Charlie Hessel for Bettor and Capper and Coleman, who notched up a double on the program.
No, 5. That's the 5. Okay. No, Frank. 4 was not jogging. 4 was with a bad jock. This is. You see, what's happening here is all these horses are tricky horses. All of them. Why? Because 8 is running neutral. 4 is the jockey is the more on neutral. 1 is the largest drift, which should get a place. It's not in a winning position, but that kind of a drift with that kind of an age at a 490 is weird. 2 would have gotten it if this was a maiden. So the other one that was left was this one with 3 league races with a drift. What are the numbers? But there's something not right at this track. They're playing. There's something not right. I mean, the odds, they're not right. Don't go with the odds. They're playing with the odds. So we'll take a look at the numbers. That was the third one, right? We don't have the numbers yet. All of them were tricky horses.
Fly away, big man. This will be
5 to 8.
So 2 6 3 6
5 to 8 1. Five to 8 1.
$3.90 for the grey in the darkness, who's currently favourite. Selections are 14, 4, 11, 8. I thought this was a really winnable race for in the darkness. It's been a while, but it's definitely one she can win. Currently, you can get 440 into 390, 170 a place. Big Mac 480 and 550. I'm Kenny 750 to 650. Number 8 had support. Trey Bell 10 into 750. Also number 13. Tano Rocket $10. Allegedly $10 in from 23 down to 17. So there's money for the 17 allegedly. Pistol Boots at 15, and then 15 for Morley, 16 Milo, 16 Blissful Bay, 17 Flyway. So it's a pretty open race. The last in the darkness favourite. There's quite a few specs. Selections 14, 4, 11 and 8. I've seen it, mate. 3 sets of clubs. Okay. They should be fine. Come on. Hey, hope you pulled up okay. I think so. Just, yeah, they run along too. It's hard for anyone to make ground. But women can do that. Women can do that.
'Cause yeah, beautiful words there from Peter Moody. John, the last at Strathalbyn. Let's have a look at these runners. One is Milo.
Milo's a lightly raced horse in a good yard who was going well until a pretty plain run, his first run in South Australia. Only been one home in the Sabage race going back around about a month. Yes, that's handy form, but I would have liked to have seen a little bit more.
$17 with Ladbrokes. Massive odds the two, Treese.
Treese had a recent jump out at stall. He settled back. He was placed under riding in the straight and didn't really respond. Wasn't the jump out of a horse that's going to come out off that short break and run well, although he can go back through his form and find plenty of runs and ratings that would give him some chance, but I'm not happy coming off that jump out.
$16 for the 3 flyway.
Another horse who's first up, he's had a barrier trial and a jump out both at Watermill flyway. His most recent jump out, he finished second, and Miss Looney was placed under riding near the end of that, but Miss Looney's clearly a Saturday grade horse. Flyway generally needs on a wet track or slightly further, but he's well up to this grade.
$5.50 for the 4 big man.
His 2 recent efforts here at Strathalbyn have been very good. He managed to beat Greenwich going back to mid-January. Greenwich has won another couple since then. And then last start he finished second at Tupelo and finished better than any other runner in the race. He's drawn to get a soft run. He's got a bit of tactical speed. I'd expect him to be right behind the lead. And I think he's a leading chance.
$20 the 6 Bristol Bay.
Hadn't shown too much on the racetrack until last start at Penola, where he was dominant. He covered a bit of extra ground. He came right away. The horse he beat, Rara Muri, ran a decent race first in the first race here today. A lot harder race here, but I love the last win.
Big on 7 Storm of Fortress.
7-day back up off a 4 run at Oakbank behind Valancourt. His best effort recently was at Kangaroo Island.
Von Kenny, $8 for sale.
One speed runner who I think will get a little bit of pressure here. He's been going fairly, but I reckon he's just been a little bit down on what he can do. Rochelle Mills has a good record on him.
9 Twisted Blue resuming.
1 on debut at 101 plus at a Saturday level maiden, and then probably didn't get back to that performance level for the rest of his first preparation. No trial or jump out leading into this. I was happy to risk.
The 10 Tino Rocket.
Had a bit of a boom on him, but that boom's come off a little with his last couple of runs. Had pulled up with heat stress first up, went last behind Steel Tsunami. This race is obviously a fair bit easier. And last start, just fair behind Mine or Mine. 11 Morley. Morley got his mate out of the way last start at Narrabeen. Clearly harder here, but he's an honest horse. 13 Trey Bell. Trey Bell has been money for this galloper, now with Shane and Chelsea Kale, and they've got their stable absolutely flying. Recent form over in Victoria has been just fair, but her best form would suggest she's got a decent chance. She's a city grade there at least 14 in the darkness. In the darkness, I think will run really well for Jess Ferris and JT, who's on course here today. Just missed for the top of the head last start behind Greenwich. Hard fit after racing 7 days ago. Allegedly doesn't win out of turn, but runs a lot of consistent races, and that's what he did last start with a midfield effort behind Springcar Apollo. I'm generally happy enough to risk him in this race. 4, 14, 6 and 3. I reckon Big Matt will run really well. I can see him getting a nice run in the race. Maybe we'll need just a shade of luck on that inside draw. Horse Fortitude's been ridden further forward at the last couple in the darkness. She's hard fit. She ran 1,400 metres out solidly last start. She'll put herself in the right spot in the run. I think something in the first 3 or 4. That sort of them. I put Blissful Bay in for third. He was back when markets first came out, but he's been very easy in the recent times, and he's going to go around a bit price. And a little hard to get a guy exactly where he fits after that last win. Right? It was super impressive beating lower grade horses. And I thought Flyway in for fourth. I didn't think he was close.
I just waited for the vet Simone to get around to the gate. She was with a horse in the stall there, but she's there now, saying where they should start learning these runners shortly for the final race today. By the way, Brett's gone within the darkness, number 14, to beat 4 Big Man, and then he's got 11 Morley and 8 on Kenny. So numbers for race for Brett Davis in the last 14, 4, 11 and 8. So looks like it's a darkness. We'll run favourite here, John, number 14, $3.50 with Ladbrokes will certainly run favourite. It's 2 points shorter than number 4 Big Man.
In the darkness, it's been well supported for trainer and rider Jess Ferris, who's been on board for most of her recent starts. was struggling a little earlier this prep, but on the second day of the Kangaroo Island Carnival, ran a lot better when she was runner-up behind Zelda Cape, and then went even better again last start, runner-up to Greenwich. Talked to JT a little while ago saying that they've just changed the way that they're training this mare a bit recently. They put weighted on it and stepping her over a little bit more ground, not doing much on the training track in between runs, but having her run her regularly and just keeping her saddle on her race days. And at the moment, the last two runs are suggesting that the crew have got her going better.
Next at Sandown, probably only 7 or 8 minutes away if they can get that race underway as they would like to. So just be aware of that. Sandown's not far away. The race 8, Strath Albert, is imminent as well as we're going to Brett Davis.
Manuel Nunes. He's looking for a double today, along with quite a few other riders, including Rochelle Mills, Connor Murtagh. Good to see him having a winner here in South Australia. He's been knocking on the door for a while. He's going to fit in quite well. Saw him running laps, actually, when I drove to the course. He was doing laps at the track on foot. Just sweating off a kilo or two before start time. Speaking of start time, the light is on. They're all in. Final race of the day. Race 8 at Strath Albert. Gates fly and they're racing. Blissful Bay a little slow with Milo. Morley, one of the quickest to begin, and is sooling forward, looking to speed across the face of the field. Storm the Fortress has got nice pace with I'm Kenny, and In the Darkness is now in the thick of things with Big Mav. Then there's a little gap in the field to Flyway from Blissful Bay, and Tano Rockets caught wide and improved slightly with Trey Bell. Allegedly he's running 4th last, Kirkliston Blue 3rd last, and then Tress, and the last one is Milo. 700 metres to run. There's been speed on. I'm Kenny, 3/4 on the grey In the Darkness. Morley back to 3rd. 4th position is Big Mav, and they're followed then by Storm the Fortress, who's now losing ground noticeably. Trey Bell, Tano Rocket allegedly. Flyway all getting past it okay. Further back to Milo, Kirkliston Blue, Blissful Bay, and Artress climbing the hill. In the Darkness tackling I'm Kenny. Morley, Trey Bell allegedly. Tano Rocket and Big Mab on the fence. They're fanning across the track. In the Darkness, Morley and In the Darkness. I'm Kenny battling on out wide allegedly with Trey Bell allegedly, and Flyway might have the last crack. It's allegedly in front. Allegedly from Flyway. 3rd photo, probably Trey Bell from Morley. In the Darkness, I'm Kenny, Milo and Kirkliston Blue.
All right, this is what I have. 5 is the linear. It should win. I've got a lot of indicators on 5. 5 should win. But the 6 has very strong advantage. If we look at the advantages here on 5, that's getting even better here with 6. So that thing is there. 5 and 6, if you look at the numbers, these two horses are probably same size, and this one is under pressure, this one is not under pressure, this one is clean, and it's adrift. So 5 is good. I've got that's the linear. Generally speaking, 1000 meter, 400. If it's a 400 meter straight, this horse is winning blindfoldedly. This is a 490, and we'll see how it works. I'm going to go with this one. I'm going to put a queen on 5 and 6. I'm going to put a 5 and 6 queen. I hope that pays. I kind of will take a look at the odds, how that is working. Fine. Let's look. 8 is forced. 8 is nowhere. 8 is that jockey is neutral. 8 probably is nowhere. The other one is the 11, rightfully. So I'll explain the 8 and the 11. 8 is the same situation as this one, 4. So that jockey should not be riding that horse. 10 is a neutral, good one. But in between there is this 7, which is good. So this 7 probably will get through and get a place, probably. But 5 is good. 6 has got tremendous amount of advantage, and we'll see how it works. I'm going to go with a queen on 5 and 6. EW 11, 5 and 11. 11 is the Eleven is also good. 11 is also good. Sorry, I actually wanted to speak about 11. That 7, sorry, please ignore that fact. The 7 is good for if this was a maiden race. 11 is the one.
Yeah, she's run through a couple of races, both running fast time relative to
Now, what is that under the blanket?
She was in the yard. She wasn't what I expected to see there by there too. She's got the typical shape for the breed, but she presents.
What is that under the blanket? Is that the 5 under the blanket? No, that's the 5. Is that the 6? I will not place the queen. 11 under blanket. Okay, that's the 6. Okay, 5 and 6. 5 and 6, queen. $11 under blanket. 11 is actually good, very good.
Midfield with arriving down to the start. Over the 1,000 riders. Take favourite was Michaela.
I'm just worried about that straight. That straight is a steep 490. That's all. Five 7-9, 5-7-11. Try an exacta. 5 should win. 5 should win. 5 should win. That's a 10, which is a color. This is 1,000 meter. It has nothing to do. On top of that, it's a neutral. 10 and 11, both colors. What is that?
Want us to borrow under the front petition there, so very quickly the order was to back her out. Oh, she's got in a precarious position. Couple of candidates on the seat there. So heavily played, being released. The vet will have to run the rule across number 11.
who's $17 sharp. Was a barrel in land, it was on the ground, and showed the white horse, but it's actually a barrel in land, but Emily Way had been released. So we'll
They're going to be fractious. They're going to be fractious. It's such a delay here. They're like pissed.
551 were assured, Emily Way and late with the draw. And Felix now set to go again. They're ready. Emily Way, Alex scratching, turn of the house, engage the back.
11 scratched.
With also Barrel of Fair charging forward. Barrel of Fair is going to lead the race from Loper, fully calculated. Followed by Makeda, a couple of lengths back as Ray, and Cherish of the Day is at the end of the course proper. 650 metres to run. Barrel of Fair has been well supported, led by Alex Fluid, then a line of 3. Inside Loper, fully calculated in the road, the centre, Makeda wider. Barrel running behind it, followed by Cherish of the Day, they reached the 400. Barrel and Sedge, that's a long hand to the hill, the link of the half in front of Fluid, Makeda. Behind those horses, they're fully calculated. Makeda moved up to claim Fluid, they go together with Barrel and Sedge boxing on. Below the 200, Makeda went by. One of the link of the half, 2 minutes on Fluid, Makeda storming away. And an impressive win. Makeda won it well from Fluid, fully
5 and 6, baby. Boom! Boom! PG! Thanks, John. Thanks, PC. I think I was just lucky, but it's nice to play at grounds where they don't do funny stuff. Fabulous, PC. 5 and 6. Five, 6, then what? 5, 6, 2, and 10. So 2 definitely with that rail supported got through. And 10. 10 was a neutral. 10 was the neutral, but it went through because it tailed. It was smart. The jockey was very smart on this. He knew he cannot win, but he tailed the 5. That's all. 5 and 6 tailing gates. That's a neutral. It's not possible for this neutral to win. Frankie got it all. Brilliant. All right, we'll go to the next. Fine. 1, 2, 4, and 13 scratched. Seven, 9, 11, 5.
Haven't had a chance to have a look at what to do when you let it go. So
day for we could raise the bar a little higher if I think so, but otherwise we just poke along with it. You had a runner in the first, we're now in race 4 about 3.5 hours later. It feels like another day, doesn't it? What have you been doing? Watching the replay the first 2 hours. Whatever. Yeah, so another race then up over down another good time. 7.3. So it has to be one of those tracks where they're knocking the top off because of the amount of rain that fell on the track earlier, but the base underneath might be pretty firm. This is a deserved win for a filly who's been absolutely fine. Huge run against the pack. Bernie Bell, she comes through a very strong 3-year-old filly, great one by a nice one in Stilano with a new energy. There was a few others, Richie Donnie, there was a lot more in that race. Final margin, 2 or 3/4 lengths. It's a big difference out of me. Trying to deal and giving her the absolute perfect right there. What's really over to do there? Going to John. He might probably take the official over, but a nice performance. Like you said, good time, dominant market for 1,000 metres, and really there's not a good going on. It's a good, unlucky run. It's a nice feeling going forward.
Yeah, it definitely is. And she's sustained quite a good run for the rain. Quite tough taking that time. So running particularly the practice that was rain affected and it's what we thought it was going to be at the time. We had that significant amount of rain in 12 mil, but it seems to have been absorbed really well because they wouldn't be running 57.3s, and especially for the 2-year-old race running 57s if it was that rain affected.
John McNeil is the winning jockey and Michaela is the winning horse. He hasn't done a lot of luck in either runs that you've been on her joints, and your eyes must have lit up when you realised that today was going to be a day. Yeah, well, today it certainly looked on paper like a race with being a lot better for her. And it just goes to show what she did. It's great to get the win here today, so great to get still improvement to come from her, do you feel? Yeah, I mean, she's very straightforward, easy to ride, and she's on the bit.
All right, this is the fifth one, the one that fifth one here at Sandown. So that 7 is the favorite, 7, 9, 11, and 5. 7 is the favorite. We've got a lot of indicators, exactly like what we had on 5. We've got a lot of stuff going on with this horse. Is the linear, it's good. All that is happening. 11 is the next linear. But 9 is through the rails advantage. But what we have seen in this one, this was 1,000 meter. That too had the advantage with the rails, but it came in third because of the BB advantage here. Now, if you look at what's going on here, it is the 9 which is the BB advantage here. So 9, 7, and 9 are the right odds. 7 should be winning. That's what the thing is. 8 is the next one in line with that drift, but these people are absolutely disastrous. They can they're struggling. It's a It's a team which is struggling, but that's what it is. The 8 is there. It's a threat. The eight is a threat. If it wants, if this team doesn't malfunction today, the 8 will get in. But the 7 is the right. I mean, the 7 is the right favorite. The 7 should be winning. 9 should be following. 9 cannot win, but 9 will follow. That's what I think should happen. 7 and 9. But I'm going to stay out of this one. Out. And I will be right back.
$1,800 metre benchmark 64 to begin the back half of the program. Course 3, Mariota. Yeah, one first up in the stable. Quite a good job. Has got some form, exploration, I think outside of favourites,
Had a fair old sweat up the back this horse and one foamed up between the back legs too. Not sure if that's normal for him, but fits wise and looks nice.
Towards the outside is politely done to, gee, he did show a lot of promise to Tom. Now he's building and he gets the winners on again. Yeah, Swing's give a run. He was $4 when it comes to days with the wrong for him. Bit up in distance, weekends go on. He's not trying to necessarily be excited, just lock it in. A really strong place.
He's a lovely type of horse. He's got a good bit of class about him. He's moving particularly well. I do think that he's also tightened up nicely from that first up run here a couple of weeks back. And has a bit of discontent going on. So he could be too far away from the productive form.
Righteous big time since winning his eight. Yeah, if you jump out from there, 12 14, 15, 50, so he should. I respect the statements did enough to jump out, get these around the saddle.
Frank, 9 should be placed behind 7 exactly. That's how it should be. That's how it should be. But that 8 is there in the game. If the people do not mess it up, they look like they've been messing it up so far. We'll take a look at the 8. This is not Sandown. This is the other place.
She seems pretty full of herself. Looks like she's got a good bit of attitude. She is a nice fight. Her coat's lovely and healthy. Sure Geordie and myself would like her to serve Cantrell. Very kind to him.
That's a lot of advantage on that horse, the 8. If they can't use it, then it's a different thing.
Deep into a crab, nice.
Tarbu, the John Sadler, his horse number 9, I think it's more preparation. Yeah, good win second half, but they've tackled a much stronger race last time behind Revelara and King Arrow. That's a strong horse in this grade of grade. Put back in grade. She can get it if you can, but if she relaxed. So I think one of, if not the main game, favourite.
Yeah, she had great tone this horse. She is fit as a fiddle, especially considering she's just dropping back slightly in distance, but she should be getting a good start here.
Hufford's won a couple of races already. This good race. It's run good races at her last two too. Yeah, she had the one really strongly last night out at Sandown. Seen the job to go nominated in the state, but she doesn't seem to get a long way back. Straight for the ball to get to the last one.
Really consistent rate. She looks pretty much identical to how I saw her here recently when she went well.
The thing is, you need a really smart jockey on the 7. It's an 1800 meter. Because if he raves that horse, then the story is going to be completely different. That horse is not supposed to be raved. It's a very strong handicapping on that horse. That horse needs to be raved. Not that horse doesn't need to be raved. It's to be. And the problem is, this guy is not the smartest guy. The smartest guys are on 3 and 5. The one on the 7 is not the smartest. Or he has disadvantage. Either of those. And two biggest morons are on 9 and 8.
Near side, Peter Harper, brought towards the middle of the course to try and win her race. They reach the 300. Fontaine Rouge full border link, tackle up on the inside, but Peter Harper was coming home well. Two to the back, moment a long way back. Fontaine Rouge gave a kick. Sheikha Harper levels up. Sheikha Harper takes the lead. Sheikha Harper against Fontaine Rouge. And Sheikha Harper too strong. A long deck Fontaine Rouge. Third mark, fourth right, he's a bit of tackle. They were the lead by
7-7-7-1.
Sheikha Harper, little worrying signs. But the job didn't panic there. Geordie Charles eventually got the one out front back to the 1,000 metres. The $1.40 favourite has delivered. Got a bit of that price on a power neutral as well, along with the VOT. Number 7, Sheila Harper, the Geordie Charles, the Graham Beck. High, and the Snowbell, third minute start from 5. And appreciated the 1,800 metres, so she's progressing through the grade and the distance as well. She's a hustler. Number 7 first. Number Fontaine Rouge second. Number 11, Sheila Bar. And Mark's got a good race running on the middle of the hole as well. Stand by for all the details. She's after getting a bit more understanding today. Quite fired up, but she started the dog 7, 11, 10, 6, 7, 11, 10, and 6 to the top. 150, 15 for the trip. 7, 11, 10, and 6 to race number 5. Australian big chance down here there. Saddled up for the mayor with the Geordie Charles brought in the next along his second up to the Eastland Handicap. The first things first, let's get a assessment of the win from Ryan there. She's a half of a shit.
Great, congratulations, her third career win.
And next by 5 legs relays,
a very impressive record. What pleased you most about what you just seen?
Look, the last part of the race, she was always very strong through the line. And I think, as we gradually step her up further distance, look, she's still a work in progress, there's no doubt about that. But she's certainly going to go the right way, and it's a great ride.
Has she had any exposure at home, perhaps to tracks with a little bit of give in the ground? Because on race day, she's obviously had the 4 career starts before today, all on good course surfaces.
Not really, no. I think she might have had, when she was training in New Zealand, she might have had some experience on wet ground, but going to the races, it's a different circumstance. But look, she's getting the job done well. As I said, she's still working.
So what happened is these two jokers of the highest order, they kind of messed it up. They're the two morons. 9 and 8. 11 was okay. 7, 11. 10 was the drift. 8. That's a dysfunctional team. How that'll work is so the next drift that worked is this one. And the 6. So all the linears went through. All the linears. 7, 11, 6, and the only outer drift was this one.
Very patient, and they purchased with that in mind to have a man to train on at the rate of she's getting the job done.
You're making a double with Slotties.
14, 1, 7.
Good luck. Yeah, so heavily supported favourite, shortest price favourite on the day, gets the result.
9, 2, 12, 13.
Probably wasn't ever best in the art from Graham, as well as Amy saying that pre-race, she wasn't the best. Again, that's a further merit performance. It was a muddling run.
9, 2, 12, and 13.
So again, the time, some tracks standard time, but she's come from a nice position, ended up one out, one back after having to do a little bit of work early. She got home over the top of a pretty gallant runner up there who's appreciating the rise of Mr. Fontaine Rouge. But Amy, would you have further merit to the performance of the winner given the way she seems to maybe not been in her best behaviour today.
Yeah, fillies and mares are sometimes quirky things, and potentially she might be a bit in season, or she might just be feeling very well and got a bit above herself too. But she's still learning her craft. This girl, she's got a big action. She doesn't quite know how to use it yet. You can see her literally going through her gears. Geordie was great, gave her one around the tail, picked her back up again, tried to keep her balanced, but she's definitely still a work in progress.
Keep an eye on you on a couple of runs. Muppet from the back was really good, and just running up behind them was politely done, and we ran into an absolute dead end. I think it was righteous that of course it's highlighted now and politely done back towards the inside after running up. He didn't quite kick it off, but he's lost his momentum. The jury's out as to whether he come back as well as preparation. But Geordie Edge not two steps out since being asked to do a little bit more.
For the race, but as soon as those gates open, she just gets into a lovely rhythm. It's nice being able to get that little bit of cover space. That's good for me. I felt like I also went a long way from home, even though I didn't probably get the margin I thought I would. I think she's still learning her craft. Had a really good race away. Got the ability to
been exposed to a soft track on race day before. Did you handle conditions out there?
Yeah, she did. She got through it fine. Even though I do think she's been on top of the ground, she seemed to get through that track.
Well done.
Thank you.
All right, this is what's going on. That 9 is the favorite, 9 to 11 and 13. Let's talk about 11 and 13 first. Both of them are neutral horses. So far, none of the neutrals have gotten in, and this track is difficult for being a neutral and getting through. They will lose the momentum. So 11 and 13, I don't know how that'll work. But 9, we've got the same indicators going on as 7 and 5 and all that in the previous races. So 9 is the right favorite. 9 should work, and the highest handicapping is with this horse, which is 4. It's kind of a no match kind of a situation. But having said that, that 16 is the only drift. That 16 is the only drift. So that has advantage, a lot of advantage. It's not going to be, something that can be ignored. So that 16 is a check. 9 should win. 9 should ideally win. That's the linear, the right linear, and that should win. That's there. The other thing that is they're talking about is the 2. So they are also tailing it. It's in good hands and within the rails. So that's also good. That is also good. But that 16 is the one which is check. 9 should be able to win this. 9 should be able to win this. 9 should win. But the question is, if that happens, this is going to be the... Now, this is going to be the third. This is going to be the third favorite, which is going to be winning. So technically, 9 should be winning. There are loads of horses, and the beauty of the 9 is it's a mixed sex, and this one is a 5-year-old mare. So in a mixed sex, it's either the geldings or the 5-year-old mares. The 4-year-old mares, they do get affected by the presence of the of the colt. I don't know whether that colt will get anywhere, but the 9 looks good. It's the linear, should get through. 16 is the check.
Ascot's a really interesting runner. He Benny, a 3-year-old showcasing colt. Local debut. Yeah, the last time we saw him was September 2024, won a race at Newbury. Had a trial, had to jump out to prepare for this first up run. I quite like the recent jump out. He jumped out, the market I'm saying is suggesting might need a run. Has been, I think they're around $14 or $15 nearly betting now, $26. So I don't know if you had a chance to see it, but market's saying you might need one. What do you think?
Only just getting a quick look at him now. Oh, pretty good. I think that there is a little bit left in the tank there to tighten up a little bit more. I do know that he would appreciate this rain having been scratched up at third track last week.
Hey, Maui man, you're making a really good case for this number at a nice price, Benny. Yeah, this horse was a good win taking it first up. He travelled wide, no cover on a fast speed. Kept kicking the win. I know Thames was a bit unlucky, but he would have won regardless. It surprised Martin things. I think they thought he was looking for a run further. He gets that day, so he might be even better soon, but I think he's over the odds double figures.
He's doing lovely class this horse. He's very athletic, tall, moving well. Quite fantastic.
Nice, lots of straight back, looking to make it a race-to-race stop. She's a nice progressive mare that ran well first up in what I think is going to prove a strong race. Bit of that run up in distance and down in grade. I think she's deserving a favourite in here.
Yeah, gorgeous mare. I think she's being kept up for the mark really well.
10 is double for Chris Wallaby.
10, 15, 9, 10, 15, Queen.
I've got plenty of time for him. Third Skelby at
There's a lot of possibilities going on, and the 10 is also good. Oh, look.
Seconds to FML for 6.
9. The 4 is also very good, but the problem is the 4 is with a jock who could be very, very funny. The 10 is a good one. 1 league race. 10 is a good one. 10 is a good one.
12 is 10 for James Cummings.
12, 13.
Significant portion of the race. Now, I don't think she would have been now in that anyway, but she probably could have finished below. So it's hard to be definitive in that statement. She'll be better for that run. She's got good soft track there. So I think she's, with Blake Shin in the saddle and a white draw, one of the better chances outside of the paper.
Doing everything right here today. She's very fit, got really nice tone. She's lovely and relaxed and seems very content. So she should be running up to expectation, and she does tick a few boxes off for it.
13 is Royal and favourite for Kieran Barr, who ran second at Buckingham, 1,400 metres. Yeah, it was a good run. Maybe not the absolute A ground on the 9. Improved run second up. Third up might be ready to peak and has some soft track.
4, 9, 12 exotics and 4 win. I like the 4 too, but it is in a it's in a weird hand. It's in a weird hand. The team is perfect on 4. It's a beautiful team on 4, but that jockey has disadvantage today.
He just naturally carries a little bit of weight around his midsection. I don't think that he's ever going to look any faster than that. Yes, with a tongue tie going on for the first time. I'm not sure how much he's loving, but he was just messing around with it a little bit.
2 has a beautiful jockey that's there. 2 has a jockey with a lot of advantage going on. But 11 is a danger, but I don't know how that 11 will work, Arman, because it's going to be running neutral. So far, none of the neutral horses have gotten in. It's plain physics. If the horse has to run on its own, then obviously the horses that has advantage with the weight will do better. It's a very old theory. Like, you know, back in the days, there were slaves, and the slaves used to get whipped. So the whip works when you have the weight. If you've seen the old movies where slaves were moving weights, they used to get whipped. This is something that the Romans invented, whipping probably, and it works in a very, very different way. If you try and understand how the maths work, you will see that whipping with horses with weights will give out a certain burst of speed. But if you do not have the weights on the horses, if you do not have the right weight, not weights, but you have to have the right weight, this one, the 11 is running neutral, so it doesn't have the advantage of the weight. Whatever it is carrying, it doesn't have that. It is not going to be having any advantage. So the possibilities are that 11 has to be a very heavy horse. It has to be a very heavy horse. If it is beyond 500 kilograms, then probably it has a chance. But if it is not beyond 500 kilograms, it'll be difficult. It has to be a very, very heavy horse. We'll take a look at the horse at the paddock. I mean, a neutral horse can do well if the jockey is smart, and it has to be a very heavy horse. We don't have the body weights of these horses. There's no source for data on that. What we're doing is we're doing an EBW, which is estimated body weight. And yeah, so I don't, Araman, the thing is, I work with data. I work with maths. And for me, I'm out of this one because of 2 reasons. 1, it is a mixed sex. 2, there are too many horses. There's going to be a traffic over 1,300 meters. A 1,300 meter with so many horses is a trouble in itself. And the 9 technically is looking good, should be winning. But rest are all assumptions. For example, the 2 has a very good jockey. It's well within the rails. But if you look at the advantage, then 3 has better advantage than 2. And it's also in very good hands. So this is a hodgepodge race. This either 9 wins or 9 loses. There's nothing in between. There's nothing in between. A little better jockey on 9 could have given a little more confidence, but the jockey on the 9 is not the best. Is not the best. But technically it wins. It shows that it has got the right numbers. Sandown abandoned? Beautiful. So there's no more confusion. All right, then that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just check. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is it. Sandown has been abandoned. But I'm going to be racing on Friday again. Saturday, we have some very big races coming up at Rosehill. So if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together, do a little chit chat and try to have some fun. And thank you so much for being there, Frank. Thank you so much, my friend, for being there. John, thank you so much, bro, for being there. Adaman, thank you so much for being there, my friend. PC, I can't thank you enough, but thank you so much for being there. Thank you so much, Frank. Thank you so much for doing that. Thank you so much for doing that. Tuna, thank you so much. Sony, thank you so much. Have a great day, gentlemen. I'll see you on Friday on whatever track is playing. Till then, have a great day. Bye-bye.